Mute that one over there. Okay.
Thank you for coming.
It's rock and roll. Yes, it's I told them.
I know what they showed us.
No, nothing.
Dr. Vasquez Cruz, can you hear me? Mic test. Can you hear me? Mic test. Dr. Vasquez Cruz, can you hear me, sir? Hello? Hello? Hello, hello, hello. Can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me? Dr. Vasquez Cruz. Hello?
PM on Tuesday, March 23rd, 2021. I call this regular meeting of the Kingsville Independent School District to order. We'll have a roll call. Brian Kupal. Stephen Kreitz here. David Garcia. Here. Elizabeth Ramos.
Here.
James Trucy. Here. Selma Salinas.
Here.
Corey Garza Jr. He was on iPhone. Corey Garza Jr. We'll enter him into the record if he comes back up. Let the record show that there's a quorum of board members present and that this meeting has been posted in accordance with Government Code Chapter 551 of the State of Texas Open Meetings Act. We move to the moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
This meeting will be live video streamed at https://bit.ly/3SROLQR. To reduce the chance of COVID-19 transmission, board meetings will be held in a manner intended to separate to the maximum practical extent audience from personal contact with members of the KISD Board of Trustees and administrators. Public comment input for all items on the agenda at board meetings of the Kingsville Board of Trustees shall be provided in a written format to the following email address: youtube@kingsvilleisd.com _ prior to 5:15 p.m. Tuesday, March 23rd, 2021. All emails should include the sender's name and address. Emailed comments will be read during the public participation portion of the meeting. Do we have any?
I do. I object again. This is James Lissing. I object to the fact that we have to email in all public comment. It should be read directly by the member of the community.
We're not under.
It's misleading.
What?
It's misleading.
Business league. I concur.
So the statement, Mr. Maddox, would be to state it now.
Yes. So if the board wishes this to be more clear, we can revise it. I would not opine that this is unlawfully written, but we can certainly look into a more clear language. We also have our public comment sign-up sheet available in our order of the public. That's my understanding.
But the mere fact that we read it suggests that you can't come in.
Correct. The fact that our agenda states you cannot come in and sign up. It must be And I think it should be, it may be.
Or state in the fact that you can come to these meetings, and you can publicly speak.
Well, people are here from the public. I mean, they can't come in. That's not an issue, not a locked door. But the fact that you can make a statement.
It sounds like these meetings are not open to the public.
Okay,
because
so
you
the converse of that would
shall-
be, the converse of that would be is if somebody wanted to do it by email, could they?
They may.
So the question is just a matter of verbiage.
Right.
Can that verbiage be changed?
It can be. Is it?
Satisfied?
And we might be able to put something about the CDC guidelines, depending on what the guidelines are at the time. Like now, I believe they've opened it up a little bit, but we did have somebody call us today to see if it was open to the public. They said yes.
Then it goes back to my original question of if it's open to the public, does the email option remain open? It wasn't in the past. We didn't do it in the past, because no one ever asked to.
I think it would be a good idea because it may be someone who's elderly who may have susceptible reason to want to be able to express their mind to public.
So it's just a question of
without
how
exposure.
we say it.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
We'll tweak that for sure.
We move to item number 4, adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda? So moved. Moved by Mr. Kufal, seconded.
Second,
Before we vote, I'd like to, if we can, on number 7, I don't know if this is the time to do that,
Yes.
but in section E, I'd like to see if maybe we can take that into executive session, Colonel?
Under what basis?
7 under new business?
I mean, on what grounds?
Do you need legal advice on that, sir?
Yeah, just to get some direction on that. Is that okay with you, Mr. Cole?
No, I mean, it's very limited what we can take into executive session.
I think you still have to vote on the first.
Sorry?
I think you still have to vote on the first motion.
Well, we have lots to vote on it, but he's asking a question, so before we adopt the agenda.
Right, exactly.
My question then would be, do we go into executive session when we get to item E, or do we do everything and come back to item E after we complete everything else?
That's up to the presiding officer.
Is there any way
We'll go in right then and there. We won't go out of order. Okay. All right. Do I have a motion and a motion's been seconded?
Can I speak? Is there any way that we can go into executive session? Prior to E?
Yes.
So we're doing it prior to?
Prior to.
Okay, gotcha.
All right. Lost my thought for a second.
Motion, there's a second.
Motion to approve to approve the
Reorganization.
what?
The reorganization of the agenda.
But he's second.
Well, we don't even have, we don't even need this.
So,
It's tall.
all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign. Motion passes. Item 5, public participation. Do we have anyone that wishes to address the board, or do we have any email? I see none. Number 6, communications from administration, superintendent's update. Dr. Perez.
Can I step-
Let y'all know, just discuss a little bit about summer school and summer curriculum writing. We sent this calendar, it's like a timeline, to our teachers and staff. We're hoping to, get some people from our staff to want to work summer school and want to work summer curriculum writing. We want to make sure we give students every opportunity to be able to go on to the next grade level. We are in the process of meeting with principals this Thursday and discussing the process of notifying parents. And I'm really expecting us to mail letters home, so that way, we've tried everything we can to notify parents of where their child stands as of this point. This way they have 9 to 10 weeks to really kind of scurry and try to get the work done. There are several students who think we're just gonna pass them on, because that's what was done last year. COVID was kind of, a different time. Even though this has been a year of COVID, we still feel like, we've provided one-on-one device to everybody. We've addressed any concerns that they have in reference to if they can't access for some reason. We brought students back, we've offered tutoring, et cetera. So we just want to make sure we're keeping parents in the loop about this, and that we are offering credit recovery or summer school so they can pass on to the next grade level. We're also looking at overage students. There's, I don't want a 16-year-old in 8th grade, And so we are collecting a list of students that are overage, that have been held behind, and we're gonna create some interventions and summer sessions for them, for those students, to try to help them get over that hump. Summer curriculum, Ryan, is gonna be so important. It's, we're paying $30 an hour for both summer school or summer curriculum writing. And if you look at the timeline, we kind of, cross them, so that way anybody who wants to participate in both summer school and summer curriculum writing, they have the opportunity to do that. Summer curriculum writing is gonna be so important because this allows the teachers who participate in it to be guided and correct and write the curriculum starting the first and second 6 weeks of the school year. So it gives them kind of a kickstart of, okay, we're a little more prepared as school starts. We have all of our lesson plans and things going for the first couple of 6 weeks, and this way they don't feel constantly behind. Otherwise, then it's just kind of given to them. This way, if they're part of the process, they'll be able to help roll out the curriculum, because we'll have enough people that have written it, been able to give their input about why things should go the way they are. And it makes for a more successful buy-in and teamwork type process to get the curriculum going correctly. Anyway, I just really wanted to let you know that. Give an update about it.
I have heard from some people in the public, I'm just wondering, and I have that question as well. Is 4 days for 4 hours enough time to write a curriculum for the first?
For the first
At
6
least
weeks?
6 or 9 weeks.
The first 6 to 9 weeks, yes. Because they can also, they're also gonna work like on a YAG, which is like a year at a glance, and put at least some points where they can be, okay, at this point now, we've written this much, and let's put it into our calendar. Then we're gonna meet again, whether it's after school or on a Saturday morning where they would get paid. Now let's write the next part, and so forth. But at least they're not starting in August and having to rush through with nothing written.
And then I have a second quick one. Can you give in a little bit more detail how you find those students who may need their summer school, or who may be a couple of points behind from passing to the next grade? How are they identified, and who makes those decisions, and exactly when will they get notified?
It's grades. It's grades. So we're looking at after the 4th 6 weeks, et cetera. Ms. Ramirez just showed me a list today, and it's color coded as to how close they are to failing, which ones we're gonna target to make sure we're both calling parents, but also sending them a letter and letting them know. But it's based on grades.
Is there a window?
Is there a window?
A window. Like, I have a 63. Do I get to come, as opposed to if I have a 53,
If you're failing, yes.
I failed. But if I have a 63, I still failed.
Mhm.
But is there a differential there? Is the people that are close are gonna get it, but if you're not close, you're gonna.
No, but go ahead. Ms. Ramirez, did you say something?
Yes, sorry. I did not, but I will.
Oh, I thought I heard you say something.
That's okay, I'm sorry. So I am receiving a list of students who all have a failing average as of the 4th 6 weeks. So to answer your question, sir, anyone with a failing average will be eligible for, we want to try and work on credit recovery right now. And so we will be looking at students individually, and we will be informing parents to ensure that they're aware of who these students are.
So anything.
From elementary to high school.
And they'll be doing this for each group 3 weeks respectively.
We're gonna see who we can recoup before the end of the year. And then we'll look at the students. I'll ask for a report at the end of the fifth 6 weeks. Should be able to wean that list down a little bit to determine who will or should qualify for summer school.
But it's a 3-week summer school.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to sound negative. But do we really think you can replace a year's worth of learning in 3 weeks?
No, they wouldn't
I
be,
understand a kid that's on the edge.
they wouldn't be making up the whole year. It depends. So if they failed the third 6 weeks, but they passed the first and second and you know,
Okay,
okay, so then they're gonna recover that 6 weeks.
because that's always been the myth in the past is not maybe during the school year, I'll just come and do my summer school and I get my credit and I move on and kind of, you know, the kid's close, yeah, that can make the difference. That was the basis of my question is how close do you have to be to passing to get in and how far is there, have you reached, there are some kids who just reached the point where, look, failed.
There's no chance to pass.
Correct. And we are working on processes and systems to be more consistent and develop structures so that we are actually trying to recover students at the end of every grading period as opposed to waiting semester or end of the year to do that.
Now, the bridge program, is that going to be, for lack of a better term, a 7-day cram?
The summer bridge, are you talking about the
For
18 one?
Early College High School
Or the
bridge.
TSI?
That's to get ready for the TSI, right?
Yes.
That's going to be primarily a cram session, I would assume.
It is a test preparation. It is also projects. Not all students will need to heavily prepare for the assessment, and then we will be offering the assessment at the end of that
Who goes to that?
7-day period.
Who will go to that? Will everybody go to that? All incoming freshmen go to that? Or is that a criteria for being at early college high school?
We are looking at incoming freshmen.
Would that be a criteria that if you're going to early college high school, you must come?
That's
to the
part
bridge?
of their requirement, yes.
Okay, that'll be a requirement. Fine.
That's part of the requirement, unless they already passed the TSI.
Once they pass the TSI.
Right.
But we want them to be part of it because we want them to start developing that cohort.
Well, I'm sorry, one more and then I'll. You got the high schoolers doing the first 3 weeks and you got the summer break. And then you got the K-8s going the second part of the summer. That's gonna be, you know, for folks who have kids on both ends of the spectrum, it's kind of eating up their whole summer.
It might,
Okay.
you know,
I'll probably state the obvious.
but just kind of, like you stated, they knew they were gonna get to this point. You know, we're giving them plenty of notice. What's good is that we now know how to do some online work. So, you know, there may be an extenuating circumstance where if they're gonna do their work asynchronously, we'll look at that. But, you know, we need to hold everybody accountable for doing their part.
One of the things you mentioned was credit recovery, that parents would be notified. My question is, how are you notifying the parents?
I'll be developing letters to send to the campuses so that they can share with the counselors, meet with the students, and then distribute to the parents. Mailing them rather than a hand receipt from a student.
Well, that's why I'm asking is because I understand that there's some credit recovery going on right now that parents are unaware of. And I just want to make sure that we're notifying the parents, and making sure that they're aware that their children are going through and have this to do.
High school should be calling the number that's on their emergency card. It should be the parent, you know, but if it isn't,
How is the parent supposed to call? You gotta
only
know
way-
to ask, and if you don't know, you don't know, so there's nothing to ask because you don't know.
And I do realize some parents are not looking at the portal to see their students' grades every week, but some parents are. Some parents are not asking for report cards, but some parents are. I know I've sent robocalls where I'll say, report cards are coming out on certain date. That's to give parents a heads up. Report cards coming out. So we need to hold everybody accountable. Everybody should be communicating with each other.
And that's
Some
one of the
people are ignoring
reasons.
the calls,
Right.
robocalls, so they may not hear me saying that, but we're putting it out there.
And that's one of the reasons this year why we're saying at this point, we really want to make sure that we're communicating with parents and that they are aware where their children are, for those who are not.
And if they've started any recovery already, it's because we want to give them these next 9 to 10 weeks time to do that before it is too late. That's pretty much all I have. Yes, the curriculum.
6B budget recap report, check register for January 2021, page 5, Dr. Pitts.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Hello?
Yes. Go ahead, Colonel Kretz.
What?
The check register for January 2021 is presented for you. I'll answer any questions at this time.
I called with some questions. On the Coastal Bend College, it was not an issue with the cost, but what did that buy? I know about college, but you know how many classes, how many credits?
Yes. I presented a document. It should be right up there.
To me, or?
Am I being, can y'all hear me?
Right here.
Sorry.
Hello?
That information.
Okay.
Be on Hope did Miss Bettis, because I did see her pick up 2 pieces of paper from here. She may have put them over there, but we thought we didn't know what it was.
Okay, I had a question about the generator repairs. How often do we burn that generator at the dome?
The generator comes on once a week automatically to make sure the fluids run, make sure functions are tested. Nobody has to turn a button. Right, and that repair was because the controller was out. It wasn't just a regular routine maintenance repair, $5,500. The cost for a new generator would be $62,000 for 180 kilowatts.
Kind of warranty or anything?
There was a 1-year warranty on it.
It was a purchase, not leased.
Correct.
The super signs for 1,425, that's a quarterly billing, a semi-annual billing?
That's for 3 months.
It's a quarterly billing. So the signs cost us right under 6,000 a year? That's
Yes,
for
yes.
One sign?
Correct.
One sign.
For one sign, the top's 10 sign on 14th Street.
Yeah, I say we stop paying them because it's not gonna be like until another 8 months before someone actually fulfills and puts over that current sign.
I don't know if you can get a 3-month contract for one of those.
Well, I think we already have an annual contract. Diego, do you know when that expires?
It is strictly on a 1-year commitment, and we are receiving also a discount because we are creating the graphic, and all they have to do is print and mount on the frame.
And then the last time I caught my eye, it's not a lot of money, but it's the second time I saw it, it's basketball rims.
So those basketball rims need to be tightened from time to time. The first time that we had it done last year, there was one rim in particular that needed to be repaired because a student had dunked the ball and it was loose, so it needed to be immediately repaired. Then the one you see here on the January check register was for 6 rims, just been loosened over time, and they hadn't been tightened. Recommendation is every 2 years that all of them are tightened, just to ensure the safety of all the players.
So all those years I was playing barefoot on the playground, the rim down about 30 degrees. They just went through rim maintenance, is what you're telling me?
Yes, either that or you weren't dunking the ball, sir.
It's 4'6".
For that place, you can probably replace that.
Anyone else? Go ahead.
I'm sorry. And this is something that I brought up to the superintendent, but I see costs for uniforms being given out to certain employees in the district. I would really love to see if we can add a nurse's uniform being given, as much as they get thrown up on, have blood on them, sweating them, bend and move in different positions all day long. I think it would be great to have uniform service for our nurses.
So Ms. Ramos, those uniforms are rented and we don't buy uniforms for any employee. We would have to buy a yeah, we could, we'd have to buy a standardized one for the nursing staff if we decided to go in that direction. We can, that's something we can look into.
And I just noticed that they have, well, there's a charge for a camera on the bus. Wasn't a whole lot of money, but I'm just wondering, do we have cameras on all the buses? And then once it's been filmed, where does the recording go? Who monitors it? Is it saved on a drive anywhere?
Well, I'll answer the first part of that question and I'll let Dr. Vasquez-Cruz answer the second part. Yes, we do have cameras on all buses and Dr. Vasquez-Cruz.
Yes, the cameras, they can range anywhere from 2 cameras per unit on the minivans to possibly 4 cameras, okay, on board the large units. And each bus has a built-in DVR or digital video recorder that keeps the information for up to possibly a couple of months or so. And when there is a need for video, basically what the person responsible for the maintenance, and on this case, Mr. Matt, I believe he's the one that does extract the hard drive and places that on a little caddy and then pulls the segment of that video requested, okay, on a file. And it can also be done remotely, but the preferred method is to remove the hard drive, put it on a caddy, and then transfer the video to a computer.
Okay, thank you.
Fitz, I just wanted to say, I hope this is not an incredible amount of work for y'all, but it is extremely, it is much easier to read and much more informative to us as board members. Thank you.
You're very welcome. And Colonel Kreitz said that CBC was for 110 student classes. I will get the breakdown to you.
110
110
classes,
yes.
not students, but actual classes. This includes 2 or 3 classes.
Correct. 110 extra, 110 classes.
That's fine. That's a lot of classes. All right. New business 7A, by common consent, the board agrees to consider.
Can I chime in?
Donation to the HMK JRTC.
I'm trying to chime in. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
So every
Hello,
year,
hello.
our JROTC
Oh,
helps
my
with
goodness.
the Clayburgh Livestock Show. They are at the gates, and Colonel Kreitz, you're probably more aware this is than most. We have a board policy that any donation over $1,000 does need to be approved by the board. So we are asking that you approve this donation.
I think a motion to approve.
Okay.
I think Mr. Corrigas is on the screen and he's also approving.
Okay. I have a yes from Mr. Garza on that motion. All in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it, 7-0. 7B, consider approval of the National Library Week proclamation. Was there anybody here from the Livestock Association that wanted to say anything? No. 7B, consider approval of National Library Week proclamation.
Can I chime in?
The week of April 4th through 10th has been designated as National Library Week, and so the following proclamation is being presented for board approval. Whereas libraries are not just about what they have for people, but what they do for and with people. Whereas libraries have long served as trusted and treasured institutions, and library workers and librarians fuel efforts to better their communities, campuses, and schools. Whereas librarians are leaders in their institutions and organizations in their communities, in the nation, and in the world. Whereas librarians continue to lead the way in leveling the playing field for all who seek information and access to technologies. Whereas libraries and librarians look beyond their traditional roles and provide transformative opportunities for education, employment, entrepreneurship, empowerment, and engagement, as well as new services that connect closely with patrons' needs. Whereas libraries and librarians lead their communities in innovation, providing STEAM programming, makerspaces, and access and training for new technologies. Whereas libraries are pioneers supporting democracy and affecting social change with a commitment to providing equitable access to information for all library users, regardless of race, ethnicity, creed, ability, sexual orientation, gender identity, or socioeconomic status. Whereas libraries lead in working with diverse communities, including people of color, immigrants, and people with disabilities, offering services and educational resources that transform communities, open minds, and promote inclusion and diversity. Whereas libraries, librarians, library workers, and supporters across America are celebrating National Library Week. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Kingsville Independent School District hereby proclaim National Library Week, April 4th through 10th, 2021. We encourage all residents to visit the library this week and explore what is new at your library and engage with your librarian. Because of you and our library leaders, libraries transform.
Recommended action, administration recommends the Board of Trustees approve the National Library Week proclamation proclaiming the week of April 4th through 10, 2021 as National Library Week. Do I have a motion for? Second. Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? I just have it 7-0. 7C, consider approval of instructional materials adoption. Mrs. Ramirez.
Can y'all hear me?
Pre-K is up for instructional materials adoption. The District Instructional Materials Committee, after reviewing the proclamation 2021 adopted instructional materials list and attended teacher-led hearings, recommend to the Board of Trustees that we adopt the list of instructional materials as adopted by the State Board of Education, and the enclosed list of pre-kindergarten system materials be approved for local use. English and Spanish version of Scholastic Pre-K On My Way, print and digital instructional resources.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Administration recommends the Board of Trustees approve the multiple list of instructional materials as adopted by the State Board of Education that are enclosed list of instructional materials in the area of pre-kindergarten to be approved for local use. Do I have a motion? So moved. Who seconded it? The motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Can I have a discussion on that?
Yeah, discussion, yes.
Is there, how much money is being taken out of the materials allotment for these students?
Norma Castro is not here right now, and she has that information, but because it is a state adopted curriculum, the allotment addresses that. I can get that amount for you tomorrow.
If the state directs a course book or material, they take on the obligation of providing the district on a capital basis, but that's the cost.
I believe so, sir. The only thing that we choose to pay for are ancillary materials should we choose. At this time, this is a pretty well-developed curriculum, so there aren't extra resources that we will be requesting at this time.
Just wondering how much they want us to spend.
Sorry?
Just wondering how much they want us to spend on it.
It doesn't sound like we're spending anything out of our own general fund, is that correct?
Correct. I will confirm tomorrow. Is
Mr. Pitts, Dr. Pitts is
that correct, sir?
We receive a biennium payment for the instructional materials allotment every September of every odd year. So we will get another payment in September of 2021 that we will have to use for the adoptions for the next 2 years. They give us that instructional materials allotment based on the number of students that we have. It's up to us to make sure that we purchase the amount and type of material so that the instructional materials allotment covers it. So far, we haven't had to dip into the general fund, but if we, like Ms. Ramirez said, if we were to buy extra ancillary materials and it went over the allotment, then we would have to dip into our general fund.
Thanks, everybody. Okay. We have a motion and it's been seconded. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
I believe Mr. Kurigarza wants to say something.
Mark, did you have something you want to say?
Am I in? Can y'all hear me now?
Say again.
Can y'all hear me?
We can't hear you.
We have it to the max. I think it is the zone where he's at. Going to that zone.
I can
See
see
you,
you.
but we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Add the volume to the max and coming through.
I'll get seconds to try it now. Okay.
Silent, which would be.
All right, motion carries 7-0. Next item, approval of the 2021-2022 instructional calendar. Dr. Sandoval.
Good evening. The DIC committee members gave feedback and 2 calendars were developed for the 2021-2022 school year. School district employees, parents, and community members were given the opportunity to review the 2 calendars options, and votes for these were made and a choice was made. We did have a total of 244 votes made in regards to both calendar 1 and 2. Calendar 1 had 102 votes, calendar 2 had 142. So out of the total votes, we are recommending calendar 2 to be approved for the 2021-2022 school year. Dr. Sandoval, was there an issue with the spring break? Did we change that? Yes, Dr. Pettis made a decision last week to go ahead and move that to actually match the Coastal Bend College and Tamruk spring break calendar. So we have actually pushed it back to the 14th through the 18th of March.
And some surrounding districts at the same date. And so we got requests for that, and so we went ahead and emailed everybody and posted it again and said, if you had any concerns about us moving it to the 14th to the 18th, then, to let us know if we didn't get any concerns, and then we presented it to the DEIC again, and the majority of them were here that day, and they actually appreciated aligning it with.
Were there any other changes in calendar 2 compared to calendar 1 that we made, or was that the only one that was? That was the only change that was made after the votes had been submitted, was moving the spring break back a week.
Dr. Pettis,
Yes.
how many employees do we have in the district?
500 and, last time it was 506.
And I can't believe that just 137 people voted.
Yes, we sent multiple reminders.
I cannot believe that. I know in other districts, I know where I'm at, everyone votes. I mean, it's just mandatory that you vote. And they keep a head count by campus.
Well, next year, maybe we could require it.
Because it's like 137, that's super low. That's not even
Disappointing. It's
very
disappointing.
disappointing.
Or maybe if a parent can prove that they had voted on something like that, in their public opinion, a student or something can get an extra 1 or 2 point across some grades. Something,
Well,
I don't know, an incentive or something.
Yeah, I don't think participation like that is allowed for grading.
Okay. And then get like a candy bar.
Some sort of incentive.
Some kind of incentive.
Ice cream party.
I'm just concerned for the employees. I mean, that's alarming.
Dr. Pettis, can you hear me?
We had the window open.
In the least, I think that some employees are just, they're gonna work the schedule they're given to work. I think other employees, I'll put myself in that category, never voted because it didn't really matter.
Yeah.
So I stopped voting because it was always carried by one demographic of the teacher population. And so it's got to the point where, why bother?
I think that's part of our mandate as members of the school board is to get the community involved.
So the community, that's one thing. The
In the
community,
past, teachers and members of the community, they weren't asked. So this is brand new. We're asking the faculty.
Teachers have always been asked.
Well,
Teachers have always been asked.
they've never been listened to, I guess is the way that I want to
That's
put
the
it.
consensus I've heard. It doesn't matter what I choose because this stuff is sitting up there have their own way. What's the point of wasting my
Another
time?
haunting by the past.
It's a haunting by the past, but it's something we have to deal with. And I think that that's our job as members of the school district is to develop participation. And that isn't simply landing on Dr. Reynolds' shoulders. This is our shoulders as well. We should develop this.
Can y'all hear me now?
One question I did have though was the semesters.
Hello, Dr. Foster Cruz. Hello.
I don't see that necessarily as a problem for a course that covers the entire year. But how many semester classes do we have?
Exactly, for like.
Hello.
Those, and
Hello.
those are part of the discussion as well, and it mainly is for high school. But high school teachers in the DEIC were really the ones who brought forward the consideration of a 9-week calendar.
Was it not as disproportionate in a 6 weeks?
Hello.
6 weeks
Dr. Foster Cruz?
Yes, it was, Colonel Price, because it actually overflowed into January, which made it almost an even split.
Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me? Hello.
Calendars could have overflowed into January, had 5 days been added to each of the first 2 weeks.
Okay. Hello.
23rd, October
Can you hear
15th.
me? Can you hear me?
So if you add 5 days each of those, that's taking 10 days.
January, and it would even those numbers up a little bit.
That's correct, but one of the things that the DIC committee, when it was proposed, to consider the 9-week calendar was to allow it to finish before the end of Christmas break. That was one of the justification for going to a 9-week cycle.
Those of y'all that can't hear me, I'm trying I've been the last 30 minutes trying to get on. I was literally in a,
That should come to mind. I can't think of any
Trying
other
to-
ones.
get in through.
PE.
Hello.
We have a motion, for approval of the instructional calendar. Oh, I'm sorry, I have one more question. I am sorry. How does that affect athletics and UIL, all UILs?
Coach Davila, Mr. Mendez, UIL, even the UIL academics. We just have to adjust to the calendar. No matter what, we should be monitoring rates anyway, so if it's either way, if you're not monitoring rates, it's gonna affect you, so. The coaches, he did
Hello.
talk about it, and there was nothing. Mr. Mendez, do you have anything to add that?
Hello.
It really makes kind of no difference in respect to it, because you
Oh.
guys are monitoring whether it's a 9-week calendar or 6-week calendar.
Yes, I
It really
did.
doesn't matter, because if you have a UIL event that happens in the 8th week and you're on a 6 weeks calendar, it doesn't really make a difference because you're going into 9 weeks and vice versa. So in effect, you're gonna have to be checking grades for eligibility no matter what anyway. There's not really a timeline that the 9 weeks is gonna help you or hurt you or anything.
Well, it'll hurt you if you lose eligibility 2 weeks before playoffs. That'll hurt you.
And
But,
again,
I mean, I'm indifferent to that personally, but I know there's others who aren't. And starting quarterback is ineligible in week 10. That means he's also ineligible first and second week of playoffs.
If he's eligible longer time.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a.
Season's over then, Dr.
Yes, exactly. I've worked both and if you're not monitoring rates,
Okay, as long as,
they vetted it.
Hello.
you like it, I love it. That's fine.
Hello.
All right, go ahead, motion for
Corey's
approval.
signaling, yeah, I figured.
Corey?
I've been fighting. Can y'all hear me at all?
It's very faint. I changed all the settings and three from microphones.
Face
Either
Can you take off your earplugs? Maybe that'll help.
one.
I already took them
The
off.
Zoom or the FaceTime, but we have to bring one of those
I
down.
can't hear him. I can see some else.
So what I suggest is perhaps,
It can hear him too.
yes, but it's through the phone and there is a 20-second delay.
Okay.
So what I suggest is perhaps, yes, let's do the phone and there is a 20-second delay. What I suggest is perhaps.
We have a motion to approve the instructional calendar.
Motion, please.
Second.
Speaker, do you want to say something?
I was just trying to get it, so I can start, that was the question, but go ahead. Just trying to go through things.
He can see it, he can hear, but he can't get, he can see it, he can hear, but he can't get through. Okay, well, I have you on speaker right now.
Does he have any questions about the instructional
If you
calendar?
have any questions about the instructional calendar, you're on speaker.
Forward and extend it. I think we work with both the 6 week and the 9 week. If that's the report, that's the recommendation. Move forward.
So, Ms. Cusi?
Number one, I have to object to his participation. We have a quorum without it. And the Open Meetings Records Act says that if he cannot be on the screen and he cannot be here, and we don't have a problem making quorum, then he should not be participating.
Time with that, simply because I can foresee a circumstance where maybe I won't be able to be at a meeting. And I would like to have that access if it's for,
And you need to be on camera, but he's not. It just says iPhone.
but he's been on camera though. I hear your point. But I think we've been pretty liberal during COVID on this.
There you go.
Well, we have a motion that's been seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? One opposed. Consider approval of the this is 7E, the realignment. We were going to close session for that.
At the bottom of your script, there should be a closed session language.
Is this just for that one item, or are we doing
Just for that one
all
item.
of them in the executive?
I'm sorry, Brian.
So courts of 551.071 through 0.074.
At the bottom of your script, there's language that says the board will not go.
Got it.
And 8.
The board will enter the closed session in accordance with Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.074 to deliberate and consider the following. And what we will deliberate is exclusively the KISD realignment, which is item 7E.
Let me try something else. Let me try something else. Let me try something. Can you hear me? Hello? Can you all hear me? Can you all hear me there at the boardroom? Can you all hear me? Hello? 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 Miss Sylvia? Hello? 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 I couldn't get on my phone. Come on, phone. I don't know what is going on. Hello? Dr. Vasquez Cruz, can you hear me? Hello, hello? Hello, hello? Hello? Come on, phone. Can you all hear me?
We can hear you now.
Awesome. All right. Thank you, Dr. Vasquez and your staff.
All right, not a problem. Okay.
So now we got to go to the back, right? Connect me to the back.
Yes, how far are you, sir?
How am I? I'm still in traffic. They pushed everybody back to Raymondville.
Okay. Well,
So I'm on the side of the road. I'm not traveling. I'm not moving. I'm not moving this spot. I'm turning off my car. I'm on the shoulder, far away from everybody. Not going anywhere.
Well, we saw some pictures of that fire, so it looks very, very dramatic. So you be safe, okay? And
Yes, sir.
right
But
now,
I thank you.
the community can hear you, so I think you're coming out. So we adjusted all the settings, and finally we're able to keep it so it can work. So we hope that it will stay. Okay.
Okay, good. So I can run the rest of the meeting and finish this thing out for you all.
Hope so, okay. I'm
Okay.
here right to the laptop.
Are they in executive session?
They're coming out. Yes, I think that we're about to finish, so I'm gonna mute you again. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
So can we do a little test? Okay.
Dr. Vasquez Cruz, can you hear me? Hello? 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 Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. How far out are you?
Well, everybody got diverted right back to Raymondville. So I'm literally about 5 miles outside of Raymondville. I pulled over to the side with my hazards on, and I'm gonna have to either wait another 2 hours or go all the way back and hit San Manuel and come back through Falfurrias. But I'm just gonna go ahead and sit right here till we try to get this thing finished.
Well, you get the chorizo in San Miguel.
But I'll make sure to bring you some, my friend. You're doing a great job. You've done a great job, my friend. So thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Crichton.
Like a fish to water here. Now back to that chorizo issue.
Yeah, but I'll make sure to bring you some of that good stuff.
This boy from Ohio is learning fast. All right, we're now back in open session, and we will continue with item 7E.
You want me to go ahead and run from here, Colonel?
Hey, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, well, you've done a heck of a job. And again, most importantly, I apologize. I have no control over Mother Nature. Unfortunately, there's a terrible grass fire between Raymondville and between Norias and the checkpoint. And I literally called Dr. Pez a little after 4 o'clock. And I was there for about an hour and 30 minutes until they diverted everybody. So I appreciate everybody being patient with me, but most importantly, my fellow trustees for being patient with me. So again, thank you, and most importantly, thank you, Vice President Turner, Colonel Crichton. So we'll go ahead and jump into item 7E, which would be the consider approval of the 2021-2022 KISD realignment. Dr. Pettis.
Yes. Administration recommends the Board of Trustees approve the transformation of Alice G. Clayburgh Elementary School to the Alice G. Clayburgh Early Childhood Literacy and Continuing Education Center to meet the academic needs of the current state of our community. Administration recommends that the Board of Trustees approve moving grades 7 and 8 to Gillette and grade 5 to Harold, Pettis, and Harvey Elementary Schools, according to the boundary lines on the 2021-2022 Keysville ISD attendance zone map.
Good. Thank you, Dr. Pettis. You heard the recommendation of the superintendent. Is there any discussion before we proceed? Before I entertain a motion?
I have some questions.
Absolutely, Colonel. Go ahead.
Anybody at the board have any questions? My first question is, what is the projected savings in facilities if we pursue this course of action?
The projected savings for not having Memorial operate next year would be.
And the
Oh, altogether,
and the manipulations of at Clayburgh.
and the roof as well.
Well, no, take the roof out of it, because that's not money we've spent.
Okay, so that would be $3.3 million.
Within one fiscal year?
Every fiscal year.
So if we do this, we shave $3.3 million off of our budget of this year.
That is assuming that we also make appropriate staffing reductions to meet those new facility needs through attrition.
Okay, then that's not immediate, that's projected. I want to know just the
Based
facilities
on
alone, what's that
Okay,
say?
just on the facilities, then you can do that. Based on the attrition you're talking about, based on the turnover that's been happening, you had estimated that, but what is it without the attrition? Let's pretend nobody resigns and nobody retires, which would be wonderful.
That's fine.
And I guess I'll cut to the chase. If
We have
do this, are we no longer in a deficit posture?
There's a slide. We're going to bring up the slide right now that has a breakdown.
The following year, because we would not realize anything in this fiscal year.
Not this fiscal year, but in the next
Next
budget
is
year.
2021, 2022.
While they're going through that, can you tell us and the public why you decided on Clayburgh to move the staff instead of Harold?
Well, there's,
We're not really moving staff, we're moving kids.
and staff.
We're
Staff follow the kids.
And there would be numerous reasons. Clayburgh right now, we're not closing it, we are transforming it, repurposing it. And we're still gonna have students ages 0 to 4 there who will attend, and student or teenagers or young adults that are gonna return who have been left behind. So we're only gonna use half of the campus building. Clayburgh is along 6th Street, which is a very busy street, and it has the railroad track, etc. So we also looked at that. We also looked at the map on if we closed Harold, and then how would that map, that zone map look? And I believe Dr. Vasquez-Cruz actually has a copy of that. And what it would do, it would move more students around. And once he pulls up that slide for y'all, then he can pass out the Harold map. If you transform Clayburgh, then according to the map, and we included it there, it shows there's a very clear alignment that would be the Harold. If we were to close Harold, in order to move the fewest amount of students.
Go back to the map.
Are you able to
Dr.
go to-
Vasquez-Cruz?
Yes, we'll have to bring it up there.
Okay.
So the pink section on the left-hand side would also be Clayburgh.
That would be Harvey.
Harvey?
Yes, the
Hold
pink would go to the pink.
Yes.
Really?
The pink would go to the pink if we don't want to move any, like to cause fewer disruptions, like fewer movements, the fewest amount of movements.
The issue right now with the attendance zone is that Clayburgh and Pettis currently touch in the middle. And
Can I stop y'all, Dr. Pitts? Let me stop you right there. The rezoning and stuff that I know you're bringing up right now, part of 7F. I understand that trustees do have issues, but that will be considered at the attendance zone. Am I correct in saying that?
I think that I just asked a question where I asked what are the reasons for, and I believe taking into consideration the map would be answering the question of why.
Okay, can we hold off on the map and answer trustee Ramos's question of why?
Okay.
Thank you.
That was just one of the reasons why we were considering Clayburgh versus Harrell. Additionally, at Clayburgh, let's see where I can find this. Okay. At Harrell, the students at Harrell, or the parents, would be able to utilize the parking area at Harrell and the parking area at Memorial if students are not going to be at Memorial. The parking lot on 6th Street for Clayburgh is not paved. And if we're going to move students, if we move the Harrell students to Clayburgh, it would be really wise to get that paved because you're going to have more traffic, a lot more traffic. And that would cost $25,000 to do so. Additionally, it would cost $42,000 to fix the flooding issue in the courtyard at Clayburgh. And there'd be a $9,654 flood insurance annually that's only required at Clayburgh. So that's another reason. In a nutshell, if you're asking me, other than the Q&As that have been going, you know.
And do we have to keep that flood insurance since that can maybe repurposed for other facilities?
Yes, the good news is that the agencies that have been very excited to want to partner with us are offering to help us with utilities, offering to help us with funding for flood insurance.
The thing with the flood insurance, it is per building at Clayburgh. So if we did not use the main facility, that would substantially reduce that cost. And then the capacity issue, there are again some the capacity, little greater capacity at Clayburgh if we can include the 1960 annex wing there. But if we don't include those rooms, then or the extra portables on the outside of Clayburgh, then Harrell does have greater capacity.
Harrell and Bettis are very similarly designed.
Is there any way that, do we get the exact monetary value for how much being saved just on facilities alone for housing?
Can we bring that up? Dr. Vasquez?
Like the third one from the end, I think. No, oh, I'm sorry.
I have a question while you're still looking. Is there any way, because I checked out the CIS closet at the high school. Is there any way that we can do a sterile version of a kids closet or closet for our students in needs, and or even a teacher's closet at the Clayburgh campus, where it's not really a closet, but a pretty nice, decently sized room for supplies and donations given?
Yes, that would be an ideal place actually for that. Hygiene needs, things like that. So, because CIS Communities and Schools is one of the agencies that's wanting to partner with us for this as well.
So there would be somewhere at.
We would designate one of the portables probably, or again, that older annex.
Okay, so there is space for something like that in the future.
Definitely.
In these discussions, there's been mention of textbooks still being stored at McRoberts. What are these textbooks and are they any good anymore?
We do have to keep them for a certain amount of years.
Okay.
And we have to dispose of them according to whatever DA requires. We definitely our goal is to move out of McRoberts and try to sell McRoberts and Lamar.
Dr. Bettis, I have a question. I know you've told us that no one's gonna lose their job. So do you have a plan for everyone? Do you know where everyone's going? Can you share that with us?
I wouldn't be able to officially tell you where everyone is going because I want for the teachers to be able to have the opportunity to let us know if they're interested in a certain campus and to be able to.
Yeah, but not teachers, but everybody else, cafeteria workers, custodians, all those, you know, are they really gonna have jobs?
Yes, yes, they are. We need their help, first of all, because
I mean, but we're gonna be closing down the campus.
we're not.
Well, where Memorial's no longer gonna be there.
Yes, Memorial's no longer gonna be there, but there's still a lot of cleaning up that needs to be done there, first of all. Because we can't let it go to the rats, I guess you could say. So we're gonna need to make sure that we at least, you know, occasionally go over there and make sure that things are kept up. But with the staff that we, like our cafeteria staff, our food services, at the beginning of the year, they had 6 vacancies. And I had asked Miss Butler, where is she? Maybe on the other. I had asked her if she could hold off on filling those vacancies, just in case, because I knew we were on a budget deficit. And she was able to manage moving the people around to fill those enough. With all this, the closures because of COVID, she's got this down pat. I mean, like if like today or this past few days, Playbook was closed because of COVID, right? So where would we put those people? So she's already got a plan in place and she's already started talking to people about that. But they're gonna be at one of the campuses. They're not losing their job at all.
So at Memorial, are we gonna, I guess, disconnect all the utilities, or we're gonna keep them
Well,
open in order to maintain the building? We're gonna have to kind of keep the light, the water and everything else.
well, believe it or not, I've already been, somebody's already reached out from the city, Kingsville, asking if we would consider renting it for a really good project. But I mean, the details yet, and we would have to talk about it, you know, do all that. So that's already happened, that somebody's already interested in, and they would know that they have to do the upkeep of it.
So if this does go through tonight, so we're gonna put a freeze on hiring anybody? All positions are, because we can always look at certifications later to fill vacancies within.
It's not necessary that there's gonna be a hiring freeze, because like the diagnostician we just hired,
Right.
let's say we lose another diagnostician, we
Right.
can't afford to lose another
Right.
diagnostician. You know, so it really depends on the
Unless you
position.
have someone from within that's a diag that would wanna do it.
That, oh, yeah, well, for sure, but we would replace it. In other
Right.
words,
Right.
we replace that position, whether it's with a current teacher that's interested and has a certification. But if it's a position where we have excess PE or excess health or whatever.
Right.
That's a different story. So I couldn't say we have a hiring freeze right now. I couldn't say that honestly, because like I said, if we lose a diagnostician or, you know, something like that, we definitely need to replace that. The first thing I do if this passes is tomorrow morning, if not tonight, I would be meeting with a couple of principals that I know are very concerned, you know, the most immediate ones that for these schools affect. And then we'd start the process after that. But I do want to be able to give the teachers some time to be able, well, they kind of already know because I've been recommending this. They know that if this happens, we're going to be seeking their input about where they're interested in, you know, pursuing. But Mr. Jacob Bettis is here. I mean, I don't know how specific we can get because
I just worry about the, you know, I feel for the people.
Right.
You know, I mean, right now, in these times with COVID, everybody needs their job and,
yes,
you know, especially the at-will employees. You know, the
No,
contracted
no.
personnel, I mean, they're gonna get contract, but the at-will.
yeah. I guarantee you,
That's what I
nobody's
worry
getting laid
about,
off.
you know.
Scout's honor. Nobody's getting laid off.
And-
There was a Bible here, I put my hand on it. Nobody is gonna get laid off. Nobody is going to lose their job because of this.
Right.
They can resign or retire if that's what they're interested in doing because of their personal life.
And I don't know if right now's the time, but I know that later on tonight, we're gonna be approving or considering the approval of contracts. So if this passes and we approve everyone's contract, say an administrator, there's not an administrative job for them, so they're gonna become a teacher, they're gonna keep their salary for a year.
I don't have any plans to make.
You know what I mean? That's what I'm
administrator-
just saying.
Right.
What if there's?
That I
nothing
can
for
tell
it?
you.
Yeah.
I'm not planning on making an
Okay.
administrator a teacher.
Okay, because it's like,
No.
you know, they're gonna.
They would have an administrative role and we have the needs, especially if we're wanting to bring all the students back in August. We need our counselors, we need our administrators, we need them.
So let me ask the question then, I think this answers part of my question before. Right now, we're running a $2.1 million deficit, and I only see $600,000 in savings.
Okay, so that's 600,000 at the middle school,
So fiscal impact,
and then 311,000 approximately for the elementary school. So we're talking about $914,000 just in utilities and maintenance. So close to $1 million in,
we're still $1.1 million short.
right, but the other, when you have less facilities, obviously you need less auxiliary staff, you
We're
need.
not doing
No, we're not doing that, right?
We're not laying anybody
Right,
off.
correct, but every year we lose between 40 and 80 employees due to attrition every year.
Well, we just had a presentation where you said we're only 17 last year, put in their resignation.
That was-
That's
No,
what you
no,
said the
no.
last time, Mr.
And this, before that was only 40, so.
Yes, 40, correct, total.
But let's keep our mind on the facilities, okay, so the facilities. For next year, let's say we did not move the students from Memorial to Gillette. We would have to get a new roof, we would have to make all those repairs that they need, and we don't have the money, we're already, running low.
I just don't want people to think that this is the panacea that's gonna solve the problem, because the issue is, we still got another $1.1 million to find.
Yes, and so every year, that's why we're not bankrupt right now, we're running a deficit budget. So if we don't start right now, we're gonna lose more every year. We would lose the 3 million instead of 1 million. But we have other, and I'll be bringing that the next time about how I wanna save some monies on what we've spent this year, how we've cut, and put back into the general fund to hopefully help that too.
It's just, it's not 4.1 million, because 2 million of that's a roof. So it's really more like 2.3 million. And we're only, and the facilities is only 900,000 of that. So we still have a deficit, and when we don't, and I'm not saying you should do this, please don't say, oh, you should lay people off. But the reality is, that's where the money is. The money is in salaries.
Right, but I think over the years, through attrition, I really believe we'll be able to keep chipping away and making that deficit smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. That's the goal.
So this merely closing the schools does not kill the deficit. The deficit will still exist. Is that a true statement?
That is a true statement. It won't be as large
It won't be
as.
as large, but it'll still be it.
And also the tax rate, those are preliminary numbers, that's not even the final tax rate. We're still waiting for people to pay taxes and everything, so all that's gonna change. I've heard of districts that were in the same predicament, and once all that came in, they were fine.
Oh, that would
So,
be great.
I mean,
And historically, guys, and Colonel Kreitz will remember this, we adopted a $1 million deficit budget for,
2 years ago.
many
Yeah, but 2
years in a
ago, we had
row.
deficit, And the next
And
year
then
we had,
And
we're in the black, and the following year.
right, we'd be in the black or 2
Right.
million up or whatever.
The difference, Mr. Kufal, is that at that time, we had a much greater revenue because we had more students.
Well,
now
and
we
that
have
was-
like $4 million less
You're
revenue
right.
than we had before.
That is pre-House Bill 3 when the state of Texas decided to mess with us.
True. I have a question in that. Several times tonight, we've talked about setting up a special school for not wanting students that are held behind, that are older students, that you're wanting a special place for them to go, that you're wanting a special place for young ladies to go if they're. None of that is accounted for in here.
You're talking about the overage students,
Overage
the
students.
overage eighth graders that we said we don't want 16-year-olds in eighth grade?
Correct.
That's not sending them somewhere. That's working with them where they're at.
That's where, okay,
And
that's what I
creating,
want to find out.
creating,
Okay,
use, okay. And then you said some other students?
you've answered that question. No, it's the same.
Okay.
Dr. Bettis, the administrators, so I'm looking at salaries, I'm with Ms. Salinas as well, we gotta take care of our people. Salaries for administrators are gonna be pretty much kept. Is
They
that
have
correct?
to stay the same.
Yeah, okay. Teachers will be kept as well. I mean, we're gonna have a deficit, but I'd rather be, I hate to say this, but I'd rather be 1 million than 1 million owing more than we owe. So, I think that's something that we need to look at, so I'm really not too concerned about that. But what really gets me, it kept me up these past few nights was this, is that if we have a teacher at a school that is being recommended to realignment, and they've been there 25 years, okay? But yet we have another school, and I'll use Pettis, of a teacher that's been there 5 years. The teacher that's been there 5 years is secure. Is that right? While the teacher that might be at one of the schools that's recommended, that's been there 25, that's given the district 25 years, they would have to be, they're the ones that are gonna go and maybe have to interview and things like that, is that correct?
Yes, and they don't have to. They, I mean, we can place them, which is what many districts do. They just place them. If we decided to move everybody in the district, and that's gonna be a lot of movement.
I just have a problem with, with what David just said. The difference in the 5 and 25 years. So the lady, whomever's here for 25 years, seniority means nothing. Their loyalty to the district means nothing, because they're gonna have to apply just like everybody else. Yet, the first year, 5-year teacher at a campus that's not even being.
And they don't have, it's not that they're applying.
Well, they're
it's
gonna
letting
just
us
be-
know where they're interested.
Right,
in going.
exactly, but still, they're being displaced.
But
And
see, I-
their loyalty and their seniority to me doesn't.
I look at
matter.
it a completely different way. If I were a principal at one of the other campuses and had the opportunity to pick up a 25-year teacher, I think I would jump at the chance to be able to do that.
Depends on the 25-year teacher.
Exactly. And it depends on the 5-year teacher too, because part of our problem is why is that 5-year teacher secure if she's not doing a good job? And why is the 25-year teacher secure if they're not doing a good job? And that's where the accountability has to come. And personally, I think we've given a carte blanche this year to say, regardless of
This year?
of your performance,
This year?
at least this year, under
I'll
this
say, I
superintendent
count
running.
about 20 years.
I tend to agree with that, but we basically said your job's secure regardless of your performance.
Well,
And I think that's where we've got to make some changes going forward.
And I think that is why we have Dr. Pettis. That we have her direction that we're gonna follow. When I ran the school board, I wasn't gonna get involved in micromanaging nothing. I wanna make sure that we support you. And you've got the vision, you've got your staff, you see what needs to be done. So we trust you with that, so I just say that.
I'd like to step in real quick. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. First and foremost, and again, I know we've been going around back and forth with this. And again, I understand that, this impacts community, it impacts teachers, it impacts students. But I think the big picture here is, as school board trustees, again, a lot of people think that we are just policy makers and procedure makers, which is part of the responsibility. But I think the two biggest things, and again, this is my opinion, is first and foremost being, again, fiscally responsible. That's number one in my book. Number two is that we have to now continue to set the standard when it comes to academics for our students today, tomorrow, in the near future. The elephant in the room is we know we've lost kids to other districts, and we know where the transition's happening. We know why. So again, I just kind of want to say that again. And in that, I move that we consider the approval of the 2021-2022 KISD realignment presented by Dr. Pettis.
I second.
I got some discussion still.
And again, there's been a motion in front of the board, been second, and now it's open for discussion.
I got my answer on the facilities. We're looking at about 900,000.
914,000.
So we're looking at another 1.2 million
For you.
per year as of right now. So attrition plan, since we're not entertaining any layoffs, is it reasonable to assume that we're going to have excess personnel?
Yes.
Yes.
And by excess, you mean more than what we need?
More than what we need under
In a
under
traditional
normal
setting?
circumstances.
In a traditional setting, yes.
Okay.
But we're in COVID.
What measures will be taken to ensure that that temporary excess will not morph into permanent positions?
Documentation. A big part of our training with our principals is documentation, accountability. And because we're in a COVID year, this seems to be the ideal time if you're gonna have to do this, would be at this time, because these excess people are needed. We need more one-on-one attention for some students who are having a very, very difficult time during this pandemic.
And I don't, again, I'm not proposing this, I'm just putting in a context, that if you have $1 million deficit, that's 20 employees. 20 less employees, you make up your $1 million deficit, that's figuring about 50,000 ahead, and that's probably a low number.
Right, so then last year during the COVID year, there was 14.
Questions during, like, you can still keep asking questions?
Yeah, we're in discussion.
We're in discussion. We're in discussion.
So that's 20 employees.
Right, so that would be 20 employees, and during the year that was not traditional, there was a turnover rate of about 17, am I correct?
Right up there, we have 34 total employees, 17 teachers, 17 other.
Okay.
But you see the other years were 60, 74, and 84 in other years.
So if, you know, if we were to lose 17 again next year, maybe we're not gonna lose anybody at all this year, but next year, I mean, people are gonna get to the point where they're gonna wanna retire. We do have some military people that only stay for a certain amount of years. And that's a cycle that we go through. So we know at some point we are gonna lose some, just right there with military.
The way you have structured the budget, and as you've made a savings, you annotated, here's the savings and this is the reduction. I think something like that would be real good for personnel to show, you know, who we have that are in an excess status, not by name, but is there any, and as they peel off, we can keep track of it, who it is, and what they taught. Were they K-8, were they high school, were they math? Because I think you're gonna be playing hell to try to get the board to approve employees. Because the back of my mind is gonna be, well, what about those 30 excess ones we had? Yeah, where are they at?
Correct.
By the same token, well, we need to buy a new desk. Really? What about the one at Memorial?
No, we've already started talking
I mean,
about. plans
those
for
are the
that.
kind of thoughts that are gonna come to my mind, because, you know, what keeps me up is the deficit. And making it go away. So once the deficit goes away, you know, we can spring for a new desk or some carpet, but until then, you know, I'm thinking we got a deficit. To Mrs. Salinas' point, is there a bump plan?
Is there what?
A bump plan? Bumping, I'm sorry, I've been at the company for 25 years and I'm an XYZ, and I can also do XY's job. So my job's now gone. Do I get to bump into XY's job?
The training, leadership.
No, it's basically a union rule that, you know, senior employees protect your seniority, as you were mentioning seniority. It does seem that if I'm a teacher with 25 years and I've been at a campus for that time, I'm suddenly behind a probationary teacher
I would like to see.
at a
what the
different
te-
school,
what
and
kind of
I
teachers-
just think that that's not gonna sit well with teachers.
Right.
It wouldn't sit well with me.
In, districts have the choice, either you're gonna move all your teachers, or you're gonna move the teachers of the schools that are closing. So when y'all close McRoberts, when y'all close Lamar, Plato, how did you all
I don't
do
know how
that?
they did that. I don't remember.
Nobody was here that long?
I was here, I just didn't concern me, so I didn't worry about it.
I know many districts have gone through RIPs where they do, you know, lay off people. That's not I don't want to do that, you know, I don't want to do that. Now, I know, for instance, some people have asked, well, what are we gonna do with like Pogue? Well, I'm not gonna move people from Pogue, they're gonna stay there, this doesn't affect them. And we have enough staff there.
I think you're gonna
So-
have need for both.
I'm hoping, you know, we'll see, but I'm not gonna do that based on years of experience. Then that's moving everybody. So we really need to be careful if we're gonna say we're gonna move everybody, because that will cause a lot of stress.
It creates turmoil, it creates turbulence.
Right.
I see I see the point, but I also understand.
I understand too.
And I'm just talking about the teachers that are affected, like say, I'm a teacher at I don't know, Memorial, Claybrook, wherever, and I've got 30 years. So, or am I gonna be given like 2 choices and maybe like, say I wanna go to Bettis or wherever I wanna go?
If
Are
there's,
you gonna consider moving me first? And then,
it depends on the need. So let's say we have an excess of certified teachers in whatever. And there is no room, you don't have that many spaces that we need at this school.
okay,
So we need to ask you to talk to, with this principal if you're interested, or, we're gonna be talking to them. We're not gonna make everybody happy. I know we're not.
so you already know, like, say, for instance, if this goes through and the realignment goes through, that we know that we're gonna need 5 third grade teachers at Bettis or
We've already started looking at that.
Harvey or wherever, so we already know like how many
Yes.
positions are needed for each campus.
Yes.
Okay.
And in addition, I have a goal that I want every elementary to have a music and art teacher, a music/art teacher, which would be music and art. And so one of the first questions I'm gonna ask is, anybody wanna teach music art that's elementary certified? We'll take you.
Right.
And so that would be one of the first questions I'd ask the Claybrook teachers. Because if they're interested in that, then that would help us also say, we want to do this. It's a shame that this district has not had music and art for our elementary kids. That makes me sick to my stomach, especially when we have a renowned music program at Tammy K. So that's going to be something that we're considering too. So there's so many variables, and like I said, it's not going to make everybody happy, but all I can do is try to be as fair as possible.
Won't consolidating Gillette and Memorial create efficiencies in the fine arts department?
I hope.
Definitely, they have to travel between them every day. I mean, I don't know, Porky, you want to speak a little bit more about that?
I'm just saying, there's efficiencies in that,
Yes.
in that they're in the same place.
Even the
Yes.
coaches, even the coaches are not traveling as far. As much.
And then central office can also provide more support because we're not going to 7 campuses. We don't have to divide our resources and support.
Have we considered, I know, it's it's a drastic change. Have we considered maybe just moving Memorial to Gillette and leaving the 2 elementaries alone and, and starting slow? And then maybe next year consider doing something else? How much would that save? If we were just to close Memorial and move the kids to Gillette and leave the elementaries alone for this year. And then, see what happens and then,
Well, I know we did look at it fiscally because we're such in a deep deficit that we want to be able to, when we go out for bond rating and things like that, we want to be able to show we've done everything we could to save the taxpayers money, also to bring down the deficit. And keeping 200 students at each campus, well, it won't do it, unfortunately, because you saw just the money that we have to spend on Claybrook.
it happens in other districts.
It does, and there's a lot of things that happen in other districts, like they do RIF, they do lay off,
But,
we don't wanna do that.
Yeah, I just feel like it's a drastic change. I mean, it's a good plan. I'm all for it. I just feel it's drastic, and if we can start small, do 1 campus, and then maybe, revisit this again around this time next year, or even earlier, to see like where we at, how many kids do we have, evaluate the district again. I just feel it's a drastic.
And I do believe that if we go through this again next spring, it's gonna be just as stressful. There's no great time to do it, unfortunately.
And I, on the other hand, don't think it's drastic enough.
I'd like to
I mean,
see
I hear what you're saying, and
I
I
think
understand
it is.
your sentiment about the senior teachers, but I'm not so sure I would be as generous as Dr. Perez is when it comes to the layoffs. I will support you, but I think that, I want those bucks now. And I'm hoping that the attrition addresses it. But it just seems that we are in a position that we're a ship and we're taking on water here. And frankly, it's not necessarily our fault to the extent of the water coming in, but we're not doing anything now that shouldn't have been done 5 years ago.
I'd like to.
Our numbers aren't that much different. We could be making the same arguments 5 years ago and then shutting down schools. And we chose not to, and now we're in a position where frankly, it's not a decision. Decision's been made for us. That TASBO report tells you what you need to do.
It only says to close down the memorial though, it doesn't say realigning any elementary.
That is in the report. The one thing that TASBO said about the elementary schools is that when you have 200 some odd students at a campus, you're gonna be losing money. There's no way, and even with the fifth graders, we're not gonna be close to that magic 325, 350 that you need to even break even for a school. So our numbers just don't justify 4 elementary schools according to the TASBO study.
I'd like to say my piece before we decide to vote. I'm with Ms. Salinas. I have no problem with realignment at Memorial. It makes so much sense. There's one less stop for these kids. 5th grade seems to roll off the track academically. I believe if we put that back in the elementary school, at least we can grab them for another year before they head off to the hormonal, trying to find their place, middle school, where they're gonna encounter all kinds of other issues. I think that we might be one fiscal year a little too short. I don't feel comfortable realigning an elementary school without myself as a board member looking at a budget. I haven't seen one. It's uncomfortable for me, but we need to save some money, and I feel that if we realign Harold to Clayburg, it's gonna make me red, because I know that there are issues with pick up and drop off at many campuses at KISD. If we add another 200 to 250 over at Clayburg, someone is gonna get hurt, and I don't wanna have anything to do with it.
The other way around, Clayburg to Harold.
Oh, yeah, they moved Harold to Clayburg.
No.
That-
Clayburg to Harold.
If the students, if they so-called shut down Harold and those students move to Clayburg, the population is higher and all these kids are going face to face, the morning and the afternoon is going to be a nightmare.
But Harold's not the one that's up, but Harold's not the one that's up for realignment.
No.
She's trying to say if we did it the other way, if we distributed the other way instead of distributing Clayburg to Harold, it would be a nightmare if we distributed Harold to Clayburg instead, the opposite.
I look at a safety issue, so I think there's a lot of issues with some people out there about which one we're gonna realign, and I'm trying to justify that I feel that taking Harold students and putting them over at Clayburg would be a safety issue, so I'm happy with the Clayburg students being dispersed elsewhere. And it gives us the opportunity as a district to get services to those who need them at Clayburg, period. Also, if you decide to realign Memorial and Harold, you have left out a certain population of Kingsville, make it more difficult for them to get to school on time, and possibly get services such as lunch, et cetera, as needed. I hate to leave that, the mostly, African-American population out of that equation. I am probably the only board member sitting up here who wants to hire more staff. Because I'm a parent, and every day I came to school, or every day I go without speaking to anyone, because my son's Zooming, but is not Zooming. I see KISD failing on a daily basis. And I hate throwing money at a situation because it's usually spent in all the wrong ways to fix anything. We have a lot of employees who are swimming in paperwork, swimming in accusations, pointing fingers at each other. It's never my fault. There's always two sides to every story. I really want to get those people the resources that they need, and I really want to start holding everyone accountable from the top to the bottom. If you're out there making racist remarks, if you're trying to throw a teacher under the bus, this kind of stuff needs to be recorded. And this is how we weed out those who obviously don't care about a child's educational need and would rather act like a high schooler and spat back and forth
at whatever is going on. So I'm all for staff. If they need the help, then let's give them. Because at the end, that's my kid. And that's my friend's kid, and that's my neighbor's kid. And I want all the resources that they could possibly have. So I am not for letting off anyone. We need more. And I realize other districts probably have less than what we do. But we've been a cake here. We've been trying to make this cake, and the mix has been messed with so much. There have been 10 different chefs trying to make this cake. People have put too many ingredients in and taken too many out. There's no saving that mixture. The cake's not gonna come out right. I'd rather just throw the mixture away and start all over. But I said that I'm ready to support our superintendent. That's what I'm going to do, even though I might not like it.
Thank you. Any more discussion? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any more discussion? I think that we've had a very healthy discussion again, going back and forth. Again, I thank you. But again, there is a motion in front of the board as we speak. Been moved in second that we consider the approval of the 2021-2022 KISD realignment that was presented by Dr. Pettis. At this time, we'll have a roll call vote. I'll go ahead and start off. Mr. James Glusing.
I vote in favor of supporting the superintendent.
So your vote would be yes, correct, sir?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Lieutenant Colonel Kreitz.
Yes.
Trustee David Garcia.
Yes.
Trustee Elizabeth Ramos.
Yes.
Trustee Brian Kunfall.
Yes.
Trustee Delma Salinas.
Yes.
And Trustee Garza says yes. This item 7E, consider approval, passes on a 7-0 vote. Thank you, Dr. Pettis. Let's go to item 7F, consider approval of 2021-2022 KISD zone map presented by Dr. Pettis.
Corey did, and you seconded, okay.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Yep. 7F, again, consider approval of 2021-2022 attendance KISD zone map, Dr. Pettis.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to recommend the administration recommends that the Board of Trustees approve the 2021-2022 KISD ISD attendance zone map. That's the one on the screen, and that is the one in your packet.
You heard the recommendation by the superintendent. We can entertain a couple of questions, and then we'll proceed.
One thing
Would we have to reroute our schedules, our route of bus stops?
Yes.
To have these kids taken to Harold?
Yes, a little.
Harold?
Yes, the Claybrook student,
Yeah.
a little bit.
Okay.
And this is how we came up with the map. Actually, there is a computer software, where it shows where all the main streets are and how we can prevent them from having to cross 6th Street and the railroad tracks as well. So, yes.
One important point on this map is that no current students that are at Harvey, Pettis, or Harrell would need to be moved to a different campus. Those attendance zone areas have been kept the same, and then they have been added to based on each of them receiving a portion of Clayburgh. You see the blue area with the 43 being added to Pettis, the yellow area being added to Harrell, and then that pink area being added to Harvey.
So on that map, Mr. Pitts, it shows up at the top, Quaver, 222,682. Those are current numbers, correct?
Those are current enrollment numbers,
How
yes.
about Carroll, 395,594? Is that current?
No, that's not current. That's projected
That's
with
projected.
the addition, correct.
Okay, so those are the projected numbers for Carroll, Harvey, and Perez.
Yes, correct.
All right.
We're keeping Harold smaller because our goal is to keep that as 15-to-1 student-teacher ratio.
And also Harvey is the largest campus, so the largest capacity is going toward Harvey.
With transportation, do we have that 2 mile radius where the child that is outside this 2 miles, and this has been a long time, those 2 miles, that they weren't eligible for buses?
So I can answer that question. For our elementary students, we provide that service whether they're within 2 miles or not. We can claim funding for them because if they're considered to be in a hazardous area, we still get funding even if they're less than 2 miles.
So we could pick up some kids that are outside of the 2 mile radius can use the service?
And the students and for elementary, also the ones that are inside that 2 miles can still use the service as well.
Good.
Is there a window that they do have to walk?
For normally, for elementary schools, historically, we provided it no matter whether they needed it or not, whether they're close or not. But the answer to your question is no, not for elementary schools.
I move that the boundary zones be adopted as presented.
Second.
It has been moved in second. A motion has been made by Mr. Kufal, second by, was it Mr. Garcia?
Yeah.
And second, that we approve the consideration of the 2021-2022 KISD attendance zones. Is there any more discussion? If there's no more discussion, we'll go and proceed to vote. All those in favor of approving the consideration approval of the new attendance KISD zone boundaries, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Go ahead and move to item 7G. Consider approval of hybrid instruction during district scheduled testing days for K through 8 student waiver. Ms. Angie Ramirez.
Thank you. Per TEA, for students in kindergarten through grade 8, districts may require students who are not scheduled to take an assessment to learn remotely on district scheduled testing days in order to reduce the number of individuals on a campus at any one time and increase the number of remote students that come on campus to take the assessment. This waiver applies for district scheduled testing of STAR, BELFAS, PSAT, ACT, and so on. Kingsville, however, is asking or is only requesting this waiver for STAR tests. For PA, districts should have a communication plan in place to encourage as many remote students as possible to participate in the assessment. Kingsville ISD's communication plan includes robocalls, letters to parents, social media, websites, and individual parent-student contact as needed. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. This is pretty much standard that goes throughout the whole state, correct?
Yes, sir. It is an attempt to address our remote learners so that we can bring them in and safely assess them using other staff members on campus.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion from the board.
Motion.
Is that you, Ms. Ramos, Trustee Ramos? Is there a motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, that was Colonel Kreitz. And that was you, Ms. Ramos, that made the motion. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you so much, Trustee Ramos. Again, the motion has been in front of the board by Ms. Ramos, second by Colonel Kreitz, to consider approval of the hybrid instruction during testing, scheduled testing from grades K through 8, the student waiver. Is there any more discussion? If there's no more discussion, we'll go and proceed to vote. All those in favor of the consideration by administration, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Ms. Ramirez. Item 7H, consider approval of extension of COVID-19 leave during pandemic. Dr. Peter Pitts.
Thank you, President Garcia.
Yes, sir, Dr. Pitts.
We currently have a COVID extension until March the 31st. This is the original COVID leave that the government ended at December 31st, and we already had an extension till March 31st. Some districts have already ended their extra COVID leave. The rest of the districts, it looks like are extending it to the end of the school year, and that is what we're proposing. And probably this will be the last extension that we ask for. So what this COVID leave extension would grant would be just the ending period, wouldn't grant more days. So people that have already used their COVID leave would not get extra leave. Just the ending period would now be June the 5th, 2021. And we will, again, need to read this resolution. If there's any discussion, I'll entertain it. If not, I will read the resolution.
I do have, and I want to make sure that I understand this. Our fiscal year, if you will, starts in August and ends in June for most employees. And so this 2-week period covers that period, or is it 2 years per calendar year? 2 weeks per calendar year?
No, it's not per calendar year. It is from the time that COVID leave was first adopted last year until August, until June the 5th is what we're recommending, but no, it's not per calendar year.
Got it.
It is until.
So the clock doesn't start over for.
Correct.
Got it.
Can you speak to the mic? So that Corey can hear you?
So if I have a can't think of the word. No, it's
Symptoms?
yeah, the symptoms for a patient. Who budgets for that? Is that something that your leave carry over?
So it is separate from your regular sick leave.
Yeah. Yeah, sick leave.
Right. Don't we get reimbursed for those?
Is that reimbursed? Yeah, thank you. That's what I'm saying. Is that reimbursed? Does the government pay for that? Or
No.
Or does the employees have to
I
pay
think
for
it's
that?
one of those
Well-
things they told us in the beginning that they're going to, and then they didn't.
So the district picks up the cost of those days. We are paying when students stay and when employees stay at home for a COVID reason.
Oh, wow. I thought we were getting reimbursed.
No. No, we don't get any reimbursement. for that.
I think it's only for companies or businesses or whatever entities that are, have a certain population or more.
So your leave comes out of your own payment, not a government, not an absentee business for that.
Correct. So we are approving that basically employees don't need to use their own leave whenever they are out for a COVID reason up to the maximum on that chart.
Okay.
All right.
So if you have multiple,
Well, there is a maximum of 10 days of COVID leave, and then I believe it's 2/3 after that.
so your employment goes for your employees, not their leave. I'm trying to put this in the right way. Who pays for the vacation? Is it your employees or is it the government?
It's the school district.
It's the first 10 days.
Okay.
So they get to use that as gaining salary and not having to show up to work. If they can't, it is COVID. Then they also still have their sick and vacation days like they were to use.
Okay.
So this resolution is to pay them their regular daily rate to stay home if they have COVID symptoms or COVID reasons without using their leave.
For an extra 66 days.
All right.
So that's what we're proposing, extending the timeline till June the 5th. If there's no other questions, I'll read the resolution.
I just have to say one thing. This is something I did see on the agenda. I'm very harsh when it comes to that kind of stuff because employees at Walmart and Lowe's and everyone else don't have that opportunity to be able to take leave, not have to worry financially about covering the bills. You know, our superintendent did an excellent job giving that option and an opportunity for all staff and employees to be vaccinated, both first and second dose. I believe the county vaccine clinic is now open. I'm just gonna say, if this comes up to me again, I'm not probably gonna go for it. You guys have had the opportunity to get it done, let's get it done, let's go back to work.
We don't anticipate bringing you back again
Right.
for another extension after this.
But it's,
Dr. Pitts, can you go ahead and read that resolution?
but it's four though. I mean, what you're saying is okay, the first time, then the second time, now it's the third time. And it's,
Okay, so what if they got the coronavirus twice, and they use this benefit twice?
No, that's what the question I asked.
The maximum days stays. I'll go ahead and read the resolution then. Whereas the board is authorized by Texas Education Code, section 45.105, to expend funds of Kingsville Independent School District for purposes necessary in the conduct of the public schools as determined by the board. Whereas the board acknowledges that during an epidemic, district employees may be instructed not to report for work after on-site exposure. Whereas the board finds that a need exists to address additional leave in the circumstances of an epidemic. Whereas the board concludes that providing additional paid leave to all regular employees, contractual and non-contractual, salaried and non-salaried, who are sick or in isolation as a result of an epidemic serves the public purposes of protecting students and staff and maintaining morale and reducing turnover. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of Kingsville Independent School District authorizes providing additional paid leave for all regular employees, contractual and non-contractual, salaried and non-salaried, who are sick or in isolation as a result of an epidemic. The authority granted by this resolution extends paid leave until June the 5th, 2021, as described in the Families First Coronavirus Response Act. This extended leave is temporary to address the current emergency situation and expires June the 5th, 2021.
so is it 1, 2, or 3 as far as
Thank you, Dr. Pitts.
their leave? At the first time, okay, that's the first time. Now the second time.
It all depends on the number of days. They're given 10 days. If they use 3 days the first time, then they still have 7 days left to use later on if they have another incident.
So what is,
So in this resolution, we are not providing additional paid leave. We're just giving them additional time to take the leave they've already been given.
Correct.
So this resolution is misworded.
I mean, if there's no employee, okay, and now the first time, it's the third period or the second period, that's one time, but third period, fifth period, seventh period,
Are you talking classes during the day, periods,
no, it's
pay periods?
This is just extending the time that.
Yeah, the government, the federal law established this and said
It's expired.
all businesses had to follow this for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And all businesses were given the opportunity to extend this when it ran out in December to March. Some did, some didn't. And now we're extending it further. We're not expanding anything other than this is what you were given. If you haven't used it, you still got 3 more months to use it. That's all we're doing.
but if it is an employment, it'd be a third period or a fourth period.
I'm not understanding your question.
I think, Colonel, that would come on the next, which would be 7I when it comes to a resolution. But I think Trustee Kufal's right. All we're doing is the feds have set a guideline and all we're doing is following it. Am I correct, Trustee Kufal?
Yes, we're just extending what we already had.
Was already had. So in that I'll go ahead and move that we consider the approval of the extension of the COVID-19 leave during the break to extend all the way to June 5th, 2021.
I already motioned that.
I'm seconded.
We're in discussion now, but my comment is in paragraph 4, it says the board concludes providing additional paid leave for all regular employees. We're not providing additional leave. We're providing additional time to take leave.
Yeah. But this goes back to the origination of the program.
So
We realized that giving people paid leave is value, is a deal. It doesn't mean that we're establishing
Extra
on top of that.
Okay, I just, we're aware of that. I'll bring that discussion.
So there was a motion made by Ms. Ramos, second by Ms. Salinas. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
2 or 3 times, correct? You have people done it 2 or 3 times?
There's
But there's only 10 free.
There've been some.
I think
We're
what you're
treading-
hearing people that get COVID and then might recover from it, let's say a husband or a spouse that has corona and they're exposed as well, and they have to stay at home. Is that what you mean by first, second, third period?
because he went to 7th period.
I didn't show the halfway period.
It's not to be funny, it's that we need to understand what he's saying.
If we've had people that had 3 times,
Had COVID 3 times.
have there been people that done 3 times?
Have
No.
used the benefit 3 times?
Okay, but wait. You're referring to item number 3 on this government chart. They've got COVID symptoms. There are other factors that come into play. They could be exposed to someone and they need to stay home. And so, yes, it can be multiple times because, or their children. So it can be that I needed to take a day here, I needed to take a day there, I needed to take a day there. And up to this 2-week period, they're covered. They don't have to go into their own employee benefits.
What have they been more than 3 times?
It's the number of times doesn't matter. It's the number of days. It's limited
I
to,
just suspect that you have some people that have mental multiple times, and there have been other people who have been none at all.
Right, yep, possibly.
and there have been people that got COVID and died, and there got people who got COVID and didn't. I mean, you can look at that very sinisterly, but you can look at it also very innocently. We don't want people at work that have been exposed or potentially exposed to COVID. And as a result, if you don't pay them, they're going to be more compelled to go to work because they need the money. And we're saying, we realize that it's important for them to stay home.
I just suspect that there's some people who've been
I'm sure there's
Sure there
people
are.
that have cheated that, yes.
more often and taken advantage of the situation. And I just don't think it's all clean.
Yeah, but then you get into
But that's for the
FERPA and you can't.
superintendent to dice out, so.
Okay, we'll go ahead. Like I said, we've had some great healthy discussion. Let's go ahead and move on. Again, a motion's been made by Trustee Ramos, second by Ms. Salinas, to approve the extension of COVID-19 leave during the pandemic. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign.
No.
Motion carries 6-1. Thank you. Item 7I, consider approval of resolution regarding employee compensation and premium pay during periods of closure and non-working days. Dr. Peter Pitts.
We currently have a resolution to March the 31st, just like we did like the previous resolution. This resolution is twofold. One, when the district has to close, but previously it was because of COVID, we would still pay our employees. That resolution needs to pass so that that we're not gifting the public funds when we're paying them to stay home when the district is closed for COVID. In early February, when the district was closed because of inclement weather, we had a big freeze and then we had power outages, we had water outages, and we also had internet outages as well too. So it was impossible to provide remote instruction to all our students. So with this new resolution, we are expanding the current resolution, not only in timeline, but also in purpose, whereas the previous resolution was just for COVID purposes. This one also covers inclement weather, and then there's new language in here for any other district emergency when the district is closed, because we don't want to have to keep bringing a different resolution back to you every time there is a different emergency that the district is closed. I will have to read this resolution again. The other thing this does is it provides the superintendent the authority to give premium pay to classes of employees when they do have to come in when the district is closed. For instance, we had food distribution when the district was closed. We had certain maintenance staff that had to come in and work on our pipes when we had freezes. So it's really twofold. It allows compensation during times of closure and allows the superintendent additional authority to give premium extra pay for employees that do have to come in when the district is closed, or they have to come in on a night or weekend for a COVID reason to sanitize the buildings or something related to that. I'll answer any questions and then I'll read the resolution.
Dr. Pitts, why don't you read the resolution real quick, and then we'll go into there and go in there, because I know there's going to be questions.
Resolution of the Kingsville Independent School District Board of Trustees regarding employee compensation during periods of school closure and granting the superintendent certain authority related to employee duty days and compensation. Whereas state and local officials have determined that a state of emergency exists in Texas due to the public health risks posed by COVID-19, inclement weather, or other local emergencies. And whereas the recent COVID-19 outbreak and inclement weather has resulted in the closure of schools statewide and is reasonably anticipated to interfere with the regular operation of schools within the Kingsville Independent School District in the coming weeks and months. And whereas Kingsville Independent School District administrators continue to respond on a daily basis to new recommendations and guidance related to public health and safety from national and state educational and public health officials during the rapidly developing situation, and safety, and the Board of Trustees finds that a public purpose exists for compensating Kingsville Independent School District employees for lost work during periods of school closure due to the COVID-19 outbreak, inclement weather, or other local emergencies. And whereas the superintendent of schools requires the authority to modify the school calendar and the employee work and duty days as necessary to respond to the educational needs of the students during the rapidly changing circumstances posed by these local emergencies. And whereas this resolution is not meant to excuse the failure to report to duty on these days by any employee who is instructed by the administration to do so, or were required by contract or job description to report for duty, and who are emergency services personnel or whose presence is necessary to provide for the safety and well-being of the general public. And whereas Kingsville Independent School District Board Policy DEA Local includes provisions for pay to employees who are prevented from working during an emergency closure. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Kingsville Independent School District Board of Trustees that 1, all the above recitals are adopted as findings of fact and are incorporated into and made a part of this resolution for all purposes. 2, the superintendent of schools is granted authority to alter the school calendar as necessary to accommodate A, the instructional needs of the students, B, public health and safety recommendations from state and local public health officials, and C, the facilities needs of the district. 3, the board determines that pursuant to the work calendar developed by the district superintendent of schools, regular work days missed due to school closure during this COVID-19 outbreak, inclement weather, or other local emergencies may or potentially may not be made up by the Kingsville Independent School District employees through either additional days of instruction of students or performance of other essential duties. 4, to the extent that Kingsville Independent School District schools are closed by administrative or board action, and such closure results in lost pay to employees of the district who are prevented from working due to school closures. Employees will be paid in accordance with each employee's regular pay rate for the employee's regular duty schedule, which falls within the period of school closure, and for which the superintendent has instructed the employee to refrain from coming to work. 5, the board finds that payment to employees for lost work days are necessary for the conduct of the public schools insomuch as such payment allows Kingsville Independent School District to retain critical staff during a period of public health emergency, retain key employees necessary for reopening school, prepare for resumed school operations after school closure, and to deliver instruction to the students of the district using alternative methodologies as may be required. 6, the board further finds that a public purpose is served by making such payments and authorizes the superintendent of schools to implement a work schedule that includes paid leave due to school closure. 7, the board further authorizes the superintendent of schools the discretion to designate an additional paid duty schedule that permits the payment of additional wages to non-exempt employees who are required to work during the emergency closure in accordance with board policy DEA local. 8, this resolution extends the current resolution to June the 5th, 2021.
Thank you, Dr. Pitts. Ooh. Again, you heard the recommendation by the administration to consider approval of the resolution regarding employee compensation and premium pay during periods of closure and working. Motion before the board.
So moved.
I heard Mr. Garcia. Who made the motion?
Yes.
You made the motion, right, Mr. Garcia?
Yes, sir.
And I'll go ahead and second it. It's been moved and seconded to consider the recommendation of the administration in regards to considering approval of resolution regarding employee compensation and premium pay during periods of closure and non-working days. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead. Yes, sir, Mr. Cooper.
This primarily affects hourly employees, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay,
It also affects all employees when.
in terms of days.
Right, when the district
And I
is
got
closed.
you, I got you on that. I mean, I understand that. And the questions I have, and this is an existing, it's already an existing resolution that we're just extending, right?
Correct. The only thing that's different is we are also adding inclement weather and any other local emergency.
Actually, some of this language really gives me pause, but it's gonna expire in a couple of months, so I'm not gonna belabor that point. But what I would like to see, is there any way, number 7, I don't like the really broad discussion, I mean, the discretion that it gives there. And I understand why it's necessary, and I'm not arguing against it, but can we get an accounting of that? Not by name necessarily, but how much have we expended in premium pay due to that? And I know that you got an eye on a budget that you, and again, this is self-healing. It goes away in June. Going forward, I don't have a problem having the current superintendent have that level of discretion, but I may have had the problem with some other superintendents having that level of discretion.
Mr. Kufal, we have been very judicious with that. We have it's been $2 extra premium pay. So if someone came in for one day, it would be $16 extra.
And I'm not saying that there's, I just think that it's our responsibility to at least be apprised of how much that actually ended up being.
Sure.
Okay.
Is Corey paused? I don't think Corey's there. All
You
right,
there,
do you wanna
Corey?
take over? He's on, he's completely froze.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you want to take over?
Are you there, Corey?
We can sit here all night.
Oh, I got nothing better to do. All right. Did you get your
Yes,
question
sir.
answered or?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and jump in. Corey comes back, you can take back over. We have a motion by Mr. Garcia, a second by Mr. Garza. Consider approval of resolution regarding employee compensation and premium by pay during
Do we have to
closure.
do this motion again since he can't vote on something that he motioned?
This will be not in vote.
It was properly seconded.
Yeah, we go. We
It's
do
up
the
to the
vote.
presiding officer.
So, all those in favor of this motion?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None, it carries, 6 with no vote. 7J, consider approval of award proposal for E-rate 2021 technology projects, category 2 services, internal connections, wireless controller core and distribution switches, page 29, Dr. Vasquez.
Good evening. In case Mr. Corigarza is listening still, our president and Dr. C.C. Raymond Perez, superintendent of schools, the board of trustees, Kingsville IT staff, and community in general. I am here to present a group of projects under the E-rate. The very first item, it is for the wireless controller, the core switches at schools, and also the switches that will get installed at each campus location if this project is approved. I must say that this project now will be modified somewhat because of the decision that you just made about Clear Elementary and Memorial Middle School. So that's going to represent some savings to the district. And I can tell you that it will somehow bring, for this particular project, an estimated $107,000 that we don't have to invest.
Wow.
So this project will be basically what we refer to as a la carte. And we are going deep with the scope of the project, but pretty much upon redefining the very unique needs at each campus location, we might be able to bring the total amount down so we can only pay for contribution, not to exceed 15% of the project.
So are we able to get more money for different things, or are we stuck with what we got?
The maximum amount from CRITES will be $550,000. It's an estimated funding amount, and out of that amount, the program will pay an estimated 85%. The remaining 50% it will be our contribution. So in essence, what we're looking at is doing projects, and the total contribution from the district it will be in the neighborhood of $85,000.
Here it says 82%, so.
We have to somehow calculate because there are some items that they are not paid by the program. They don't qualify, so that throws out the percentage a little bit. But we are aiming for an 85%. I just have to be constructive on
Corey's
this.
back.
Okay.
Any other question that I may be able to entertain?
I'm confused about Memorial and Gillette. We're still getting those funds for that fiscal year?
Actually, we are going to remove those two components, and Memorial by itself will be around $78,000 that we don't need to invest anymore. In Clayburg, it is about $29,000, so that will again bring us a result that is made
If you're getting an influx of students at different campuses, wouldn't the need for technology be greater? And why wouldn't we keep those funds available to us?
That's an excellent question, madam. And what we can do actually is that we can redeploy some of the existing equipment at Memorial and at Clayburg that under our consideration is in good condition. We'll be providing maintenance on a regular basis to those components. So we might have some very important pieces of equipment that we can transfer to different locations of the program. Those allow us to do that, to transfer as long as we keep an accurate record of the number of the devices and the serial number and the proper labeling. In addition, some of those items were purchased also with local money, so we are going to be again benefiting from this move.
Now, you mentioned that the state is putting in $550,000. So if we're spending less than $550,000, they're still putting in that much? Will they pay for 100%?
I can tell you, sir, that we are gonna be maxing the total amount that we qualify to get funded. I do not envision fighting for a penny less.
No, but what I'm saying is, if we're less than what their maximum is, they've already said that they're gonna give us $550,000. And we're 548, does that mean that they pay for 100% of the 548?
It still is gonna be, our contribution is still is gonna be 15%.
Okay,
Yes.
that's what I wanted to ask.
Question. This is perhaps the biggest of all four projects I'm bringing to the table.
Can you speak or can you hear us, Corey?
I can hear y'all. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, driving, oh goodness.
What's that?
You're driving. Don't look at us. Just keep your eyes on the road. I feel like Mama Bear over here, sorry.
All right, then, or you want me to take it now, or you got it?
Yeah, we're on 7J, right, bud?
Yeah, we're on 7J. Do you want to take it then, motion, or?
Yeah, go ahead. So has there been a motion? Yeah, you go ahead. Finish it out, bud. And I'll catch K.
Okay, we have a
Thank you,
motion.
sir.
Lucy? Second,
Second.
Ramos? Discussion? Any discussion? In that case, we'll take a motion. All in favor of approving the approval of award proposal for E-rate technology projects, Category 2 services, international connections, wireless control report, distribution switches. All those in favor say aye.
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 We carry 6-0. Mr. Kufal not present. 11K, consider approval award proposal for E-rate 2021 technology projects, Category 2 services, internal connections, wireless access points, page 56. Dr. Vasquez.
May I make a recommendation to go back to the previous item? I think we need to read the strictly recommendation the way it is in the yes, because I don't think you mentioned the name of the service provider. And that is
Okay.
extremely
All right, I will. Administration recommends that the board, so we're talking about the recommendation. Administration recommends that the board of trustees approves the contract award to Computer Solutions for E-rate 2021, Category 2, internal connections, wireless control recorder, distribution switches. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Mr. Kufal's behind us, so it's 7-0. Okay, next item, 7K, consider approval of award proposals, E-rate 2021 technology projects, Category 2 services, internal connections, wireless access points. Dr. Vasquez Cruz.
Yes, this project is strictly for wireless access points or hotspots. The controller is on the project number 1 that you used to prove. Now we are talking about the actual devices that create the umbrella and provide the wireless connectivity. We have a similar scenario as if we compare to project number 1, and we have Clayburgh in this group. So initially, we were considering to do this project at Harvey, Carroll, Clayburgh, and Pettis. But because Clayburgh, again, we're going in a different direction, we're gonna downsize the project to 3 schools only. So it's gonna bring the total cost reduction, an estimated $39,165. Okay.
So then we have 39,600 what?
39,165. So, in essence, we are looking at increase.
Why would you decrease? Why can't you just spread more hotspots around, making the internet better and all of it?
We can do that also. That's another option, but we are confident that with the number of devices that we can relocate from the Memorial and the Cleveland campus, we might be able to bring some savings.
The high school, maybe, I don't know, I just
Yes.
really don't like hearing that any parents or students in the community complain that they cannot get on the internet at school to get the Google Docs, the Google Class. And they have to use their own Wi-Fi to do so, going over their parents' plan or where the case may be.
That's an excellent point. So that will be reassigning some of those devices of Memorial and Cleveland.
So does that change the recommendation? if we, instead of dump those hotspots, actually move them around.
The elementary students that he's just talking about.
Yeah, would you have
We-
to,
we
have to
can-
rephrase that, because it sounds like because of the changes.
Because you can still approve it, it doesn't really, because it's for the students, it's not for the building, right?
The conflict in here resides is that the request was put in a proposal form, request for proposal, and we designated these 4 locations. This was a priori before the concept of redesigning those campuses came into effect. So it will be a little bit complicated to say we're gonna buy still the devices that we intended to buy for Cleaver and give them to another campus, because we are already out of the initial window when we send a request. So we're gonna have to depend again on reassigning devices from the campuses that we are closing so we can enhance.
So what-
Yes.
Okay, I thought this was hotspots that the school provides, not from, these are the tiny hotspots that everybody gets their laptops.
Access points.
No, these are not we call them hotspots, but actually these are devices that pretty much are mounted in the ceiling. We have one.
So it's campus hotspots.
So
not
we look
personal.
at the device on the ceiling, those are the ones that we are.
It sounds like there needs to be more at certain campuses.
Yes, we do. We have some black spots. As a matter of fact, we recently did some improvements over at H.M. King and Memorial. The district deviated from the traditional Cisco. This district is 100% Cisco structure, so it somehow the district deviated some during the years 2018-19, and that created a conflict. There were some severe communication problems. Again, they were mainly at H.M. King and Memorial, and we are correcting those.
So everything
We're talking
you
about the 4 elementaries though.
Excuse me, sir?
On this one, we're talking about. the
These
4
elementaries need also this much needed improvement in wireless.
Okay, so if Claver main building no longer exists, does that $39,165, can that be redistributed to Harvey, Harold, and Perez?
I'm afraid no, sir, we cannot.
So they're off the books then?
They are, yes, so we do is close that project out. We're gonna return that one, and we can perhaps allow those monies to sit in there, and we can use them next year.
Maybe we need better product if they're not.
What?
I don't know. Do the campuses, are we doing the background checks? I know that completely stopped during COVID. But the background checks, showing IDs and it going through the system and as far as,
What does anything to do with it? Why are we?
no, well, that they couldn't scan those IDs because their internet was down.
And that's what we're trying to fix. Again, we identified the problem, the need for increasing the number of wireless access points on campuses. We had injected some devices, however, there is a need for more. And it's a little bit complicated to do everything out of local monies. And the reason why we're turning to the E-Week again, so we can bring more of a punch to the solution.
Is it safe to say that of the 4 proposals that you're bringing to us, this is a maximum amount that would be spent? To the extent that things can be used and moved around, you will. To the extent that they can't, the amount would go down.
Yes, so this is the best that we can bring to the table right now. I need to mention that some of these devices, some of the network switches that support the wireless, they are up to 12 years old and they need to go. As a matter of fact, we're having constant problems with some basic switch components such as power supplies. Our network specialist has to rotate from campus to campus, trying to do the best in making sure that the system continues to work.
But replacing those isn't before us tonight, right?
Replacing this is gonna improve us, and we don't do something about it, it's gonna be detrimental to the district, it's gonna put us in backseat.
My question is the $39,165.
Yes. And that's money that actually we're not losing, that money we can just put aside, and we can go ahead and plan for the year 22, 23.
Okay,
So,
we're not losing anything.
More money is gonna be available, yes, it doesn't mean that the money is gonna be going away, we're gonna be able to apply again, and bring more benefits.
Any further discussion? Well, we have a motion, let's put it that way. I don't have a motion here, do we? We have a motion to approve?
No. Are you done presenting?
We have 2 more items.
Oh, you doing K, L, and M both?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead, drive on, we'll do all. I got 3 separate ones on my thing. Just, we can do them all.
Wait for the next one. Okay, the next one has to do with power supplies. So we have equipment in the closets, and we need to protect the equipment with special units that we call UPSs or batteries. Those batteries, they keep the main switches rolling during power outages or during electrical surges. We have lost some units because basically the switches were connected to extension cords or directly to the wall. So this is, the network equipment is very sensitive, so very susceptible to, again, and all of a sudden, electrical outage, and you try to bring the network up and you run into some conflicts. So to protect the main switches, we are asking for a group of batteries, and these batteries will provide up to 2 hours of running time. So we can live without electrical for 2 hours, and we can keep the phone systems rolling for 2 hours and the main emergency systems. If we don't have batteries, again, our system will be totally down. And of course, we don't want to do that.
What item are we on right now?
Page 63.
We're going down the list of presentations.
Yes.
Before we're voting, okay, so are we voting on one?
We're gonna do
on one action
KLM.
item?
We're gonna go KLM and then vote on all but one.
Okay, got it. That's fine.
So the schools that will be again provided batteries will be from HMK. We were including Memorial, so Memorial will be removed from the project. Gillette is in the scope also. Harvey, Harold, Claver was in the group, but it will be removed, and then we'll finish with Texas Elementary. We are not including Poe in here because again, we might have some changes to Poe, and it's something that we can do in-house instead of having to depend on funding from the I can also tell you that by adjusting Memorial and Claver, we'll save an estimated $13,400. Okay, out of this project. Again, this is a must, and right now we are very poor in regards to battery capacity. The last project, if I'm okay to continue. It will be for cabling, so it is okay to bring hotspots or access points to the campuses, but we need some serious cabling at each campus location, especially the elementaries. So Harold will need to enhance, again, the presence of the number of copper lines that connect from the switch all the way to the physical location where the hotspot is located. And the same scenario will be happening over at Texas Elementary and as well as Harvey Elementary. It is only necessary. The increasing number of wireless devices in the hands of students, it's again increasing the demand for more wireless, more bandwidth. And the district again is running on a 10 gig wireless speed. We have increased that. I think it is going to bring a tremendous improvement for those campuses, going to be able to accelerate everything in a fantastic this is an opportunity because cabling is very expensive. We can install single lines ourselves, but by all means, that is not really our forte. This will need to be a team of professionals to certify the lines and make sure that they do work. Every school campus will receive an estimated 150 new copper lines. So we're talking about 450 lines for those 3 schools. Questions?
And these will also be rolled over from flavor till.
Yes, we can do the same, sir.
In the future.
For the future, yes, exactly.
Is there a need to do some of this at Claver to be able to achieve what we need to do?
We can actually save some. The conflict resides in how we are going to label Claver after the transformation, and of course we don't want to have Claver under the label of non-instructional facility. It needs to be an instructional facility, a facility setting, so we can qualify for the benefits.
Got it.
So again, we have to do our homework. We still have some time, and it doesn't mean that the way it is again approved right now, it's going to stay. We need to do some fine tuning and then decide on specific. So that's an excellent observation. So we might be able to save some of that for Claver under the new design.
All right. So at this time, can I take a motion for 7K, 7L, and 7M collectively? Legal?
You gotta vote on that.
Yes, you can.
So vote on who goes out, right?
Yeah,
We'll get them all simultaneously, you want to do them individually?
have to have a movement so we can have discussion.
let's take them individually.
Okay, first one, 7K. Approval of award proposals for E-rate 2020 technology projects, category 2 services, center terminal connections and wireless. Page 29, or no, page 56.
I made a motion to approve.
Second,
I'll second.
discussion?
Now, if we make these improvements, and I'm saying all three of these improvements, and we vote for it, does this bring us up to where we need to be, or are we still looking at making improvements in the future? The very, very near future.
I'll say, I mean, with technology, we're gonna continually make improvements. It's like you can't ever catch up with technology.
Yes, and that's what I'm asking is how much? How much are you gonna come and ask us for next year? Is it gonna be the same amount, or are we catching up 5 years now? Because I was here when you asked for money and the board said, no, all right? So I know we've been playing catch up.
Yes.
But will we be caught up if we've done this?
Yes, during the summer days, upon my membership addition to technology department, we're able to do some substantial improvements in regards to network security. I can tell you that we are now safe compared to how we were used before. However, sir, there is more that we need to do.
And that's what I'm asking.
Yes.
I mean, I know that computer work, and these are always things that we need to invest in.
But we're way out of the weeds.
How much do we need to invest
We
to
don't
be
need,
current with today?
we'll need another round similar to this,
Okay.
bring us up this way.
That's what I want to know.
The majority of this money is E-rate money.
The majority of this money is 100% E-rate, yes.
We want to take advantage of
Or
it.
we want to, yes, want to take advantage of this many days available. And there was have changed before.
We pay a little piece of this though, don't we? Out of our own funds.
We have paid, yes, because some of those items don't qualify. For example, some of the components used to be paid by the program. The web filter used to be paid by the program. It's being removed. It's no longer paid by the program. The phone system also, and we have a very nice, very robust phone system. Okay, it was paid by the program, but now it's no longer in the list, in the ESL list. So more and more components have been removed. Everything is being down to components. Basically, it's internet access, and now is category 2, which is the network enhancing wireless, the direction that everybody is going now. But my last comment on this is before there used to be no cap. If the district wanted to put out a project for $20 million, guess what? You were funded for $20 million. Okay? Those years are no longer here. Now there is a cap. And we have to, again, stick to those numbers. And for this particular year is about 550,000 available.
All right, so any further discussion? Wireless access points. We have a motion by Mr. Ramos, second by Mr. Kufal. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carry 7-0. 7L, approval award of proposed E-rate technology projects, category 2 services, internal connections, uninterrupted power supplies. Do I have a motion?
I move to accept as explained.
What?
I move to accept as presented.
Lucing,
Second.
Ramos, discussion? No discussion. All in favor of approving? Page, I'm sorry. Recommendation, administration recommends that the Board of Trustees approves the contract award to Computer Solutions for E-rate 2021, category 2, internal connections, uninterrupted power supplies. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 7 carry 7-0. 7M, consider approval of award proposals for E-rate 2021 technology projects, category 2 services, internet connections, network cabling. So motion.
I'll make the motion to approve.
Joe.
So can you mention the name of the service provider, please, on price?
Say again?
Can you mention the name of the service?
I
provider?
will. 73. We have any discussion? Recommendation, administration recommends that the Board of Trustees approves the contract award to South Texas Business Solutions for E-rate 2021, category 2, internal connections and network cabling. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. We do appreciate your support and.
You have a consent 7A, consider approval of Power School enrollment, Power School online enrollment.
Aye.
What?
Yes, that's me next also.
Yeah. That's what it is.
So the next one is on Power School online enrollment. Our district is a user of the Power School software, and formerly it was Summer Foundation. You might know that every time that we conduct registration in the district, it is basically done on paper. So we have paper packets. So we're trying to move away from that, and we are going to move away from that. We are going to revolutionize this and turn ourselves into a huge magnet. We need to bring a new component for the software that we use. This component blends in with the SIS as well as with other components that we do use also at our school. For example, the finance system. Some of those components also go to human resources, but this is going to be strictly for families, so they can register their children, so we can see our students online electronically. If you approve this project, we'll be able to bring in the software and get going with the initial setup and the configuration, so we can have this ready. We estimate by the month of August of this year for the first generation that will be able to register online.
Okay, so say that last sentence one more time for me.
Yes, we hope to have this software ready by the month of August of 2021.
So for summer school, for summer registration, are we using the same plan as we did this last time when we were registering people?
I envision moving away from that template that was done by hand. And it was kind of a hybrid 50-50 electronic. We might be able to bring in the first generation enrolling 100% online. That might be pretty much students for the summer school, if possible. That might be a very first group. So we can go ahead and try to work on the necessary glitches. We might run into some setbacks, but again, we are optimistic that we'll be able to get this very complete by the month of August.
Does this program allow new parents and students to the community to be able to go online to enroll?
That's exactly what we envision doing.
But not now.
But not until after the enrollment.
Not until after the
period
youth registration.
Could have been done. And how long does this program last?
We are bringing to you the initial 1 year, and in the proposal also, you will see that any additional year, it will require an estimated $14,125.
It's a 3 year, is it not?
3 years.
Yes. Is there any way to put this off until the end of 2022 and start this program so that it's in place for next summer? For registration, because I feel like we're losing a little bit of money for no good reason when it could be done by staff.
Are we getting any help with this? Or is this all out of our pocket?
No, our pocket.
I believe that if we stop and we extend perhaps this to a later time, it will bring in some additional conflicts to the way we are already operating. And unless I understand your question.
Okay, can I state something and then follow up with a question? I have been a huge advocate for having online enrollment, especially for those new parents, those military parents. There's been many times I've seen on social media where someone new or a new parent, finally of age to enroll at KISD will get on social media and ask, where do I register my child for KISD? And like clockwork, 15 to 30 people jump online and say, well, you can enroll in this school. They'll actually answer the phone. Their campus is open 24 hours a day, all year long. And I really feel like we lose students because no one's answering the phones at admin. The campuses are closed during the summer. So it doesn't matter if you drop off a paper application, you're not going to hear from someone until mid-August. That's my problem. We're losing, I would say, on average, 20 to 35 kids a year. Because they hear from other parents that here's a place you can take your kid, they answer your phone call. Yes, and Ms. Ramirez and I actually met today about that, to put a plan in place for campus for parents who are calling, and we want to publicize this as much as possible, new people coming. To be able to go to a central location where they're gonna speak to a live person, because that is very frustrating, I know, to get a recording, and at that point, they're right for getting approached by any other district. So we have to put something in place, and I can come back with you on that. And we'll meet with Dr. Vasquez Cruz about trying to do either an online as well, temporary fix until this is completely implemented.
Is there any way that we can have a phone number dedicated?
That's what
to
we're trying to
enrollment only, so that someone's answering the phone till 8, 9 o'clock at night?
That's what we talked about, kind of like right now, how we have questions at kingsville.com, you at least ask a question. We talked about something similar, so we'll let you know more about that. Let us write that out.
Yeah, the plan includes bringing some specialized lines per campus, so we can go ahead and centralize all inquiries to one central help desk. And again, it's very important to make sure that the community talks to somebody on the other end, another human being, and they receive some answers to questions. I need to mention also that on this project, we have 100% collaboration from our CSADMIN person in the district that has a lot of experience with this, so she is pretty much grabbing the bull by the horns. She will be a tremendous asset in saving the necessary time so we can speed up the process and then bring this benefit for our students. So we're planning from all different angles. We're thinking, again, customer service.
This program just seems extremely expensive to me. Do I understand that we're already using Power School for student information, employee information, and the finance system, and just the registration component of it alone is going to be 23 grand plus $14,000 annually?
Yeah, if you think about what kids you're gonna capture there, probably equal out to about the same amount that we're spending on registration.
Curious as to what.
I mean, isn't there some kind of economy of scale that we should be getting since we are already a valued customer?
Why would we want to, again, ignorant question maybe, but I can't think of parents coming in the door, doing this online and getting all their questions answered. And certainly not being able to be pitched to.
Right, when you do an application online, there should be somebody within the week calling you saying, hi, welcome to KISD.
No, it should be it should be that day. It should be that day. Come in today. We're gonna take care of you now.
Well, if it's
Not a week
Saturday,
from now, not
you
2
can't
weeks
do
from now.
that, because some parents work.
Well, at your convenience. Can I come in at 5?
On a
You're right.
Saturday?
They should pick up the phone, get an answer, and get them that day. And I just don't think having an online thing, I think that becomes a crutch. Am I looking at this wrong?
No, I don't think so.
I want to eyeball them. I want them in front of somebody.
We would want them in front of us, but so many parents want the convenience of being able to go online and register at their convenience. You've got 2 different generations probably of people that need.
My concern then is you're still going to cycle back, well, you're going to do this form and that form and this form and that form.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, the nurse is still
But at
going to
least
want
we
to sit
got
down
one
and look
foot
at
in the
all the
door.
records and all that. That stuff probably not going to be done.
The only benefit to that is that if you have 5 kids in the district, you just do it once.
Correct.
You don't have to go to the different schools.
And the only other concern I would have is kind of piggyback off what Ms. Ronald said. If we're starting this 3/15, then we've already been told we're going to miss the 2022 registration. And then it ends 3/15/2024, so we're missing the 25. So really, you only get 2 years worth of it.
Is there any way that we can table this discussion and it's some negotiation to be made with this company about, if maybe if you bring this to us, how do you say, the service to us prior to August, then we can feel more comfortable about,
It is possible, and we can do something also. We can bring perhaps a tally of all the services that we currently have with the company, total amounts that the district is already paying for services provided.
What about if we're spending this year's money for something we're not going to benefit from until next year?
Well, I'd like to put a motion to table this so we can get a little bit more detailed information and get someone from administration to talk to us more about how the logistics of capturing these kids that we're not getting, maybe possibly could be dealt with without having to spend $23,000. Maybe the next school board meeting, regular.
I'll second the motion to table.
Motion to table, Mr. Kufal. I'll second it.
Oh, I was seconding first.
Oh, who was making the motion? Who made the motion?
Ms. Ramos.
Oh, Ramos made it, okay. Well, Mr. Kufal can second it then. Okay, all those in favor of tabling this motion? 7N, approval of award power school online equipment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Scars, you there? All right, item 8, the board will enter into closed session in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551-071, 551-074, to wait, consider the following. Consider one-year renewal of term professional and non-certified professional contracts for professionals of principals, directors, coordinators, assistant superintendent, CFO, executive director for 2021-2022 school year. 8B, consider one-year renewal of probationary term dual and non-certified professional contracts for teachers for 2021-2022 school year. 8C, discussion with legal counsel regarding legal and personal matters. No action will be required. We're taking until we return to open session. We're in closed session at what? At 8:21. Oh, what do you want? Doesn't matter to me.
It's too cold.
Aye.
We'll wait.
Aye.
It's freezing and there's no. Okay. Bye.
She still hates me.
You're in trouble.
I don't even know what I did.
Go home.
I don't even know what I did wrong.
We're waiting for you. You're in trouble, like. I should have- No.
I'm seeing that. More words now.
I'm gonna get it, I forgot.
I see how you are. You want to get us all dead.
Does mean we have to start all over?
No way.
Tricia, I miss you.
That was nice for
that.
you.
Hey.
Probably not.
His was not younger, was not your age, he's older than me. He's 61.
What's the year? I'm 60.
I am too. I'm 60.
You should go to school.
We did go to school together. You're 61 too? How old are you?
What's that?
65?
No, one. We'll be two.
Why are you gonna be 62?
I was, huh? No. Just trying to figure out who all was in school together. Well, I guess I am probably the old. How old are
I
you?
talked to the Valley tonight or just stay local?
Right, how old are you?
Let's get back in the room.
Is it crazy?
It's open now. Oh, is it 2.5 hours of waiting?
I'll be 61.
I was a 77.
I'll be 61.
One trooper and two, Winston Township.
Just turned 60.
Well, I thought I was probably transporting something.
You just turned 60.
Well, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm burned out.
I don't have the script like you do.
Oh,
We're doing so good.
there, take the script. I hate doing that. I'm doing the coupon thing next time. I'm stuck in.
That's why you have the second code.
Duck it.
I don't want I'm out there. It's too hard to keep track of this, and this. and
Yes,
this,
it
and
is.
Notes that you take in.
It is very difficult.
I had a no breakdown earlier. I could not.
No, I don't.
Yes, sir.
Okay, no problem.
That way, if there's any abstentions, then we can address it group by group.
Okay, good. We're now to return to open session, to take necessary action on matters which the board may discuss in open session and upon which action may be taken. We're returning to open session at approximately 9:33. This time, we are going to consider the one-year renewal of term professional and non-certified professional contracts for positions of principals, directors, coordinators, assistant superintendent, CFO, and executive director for the 2021-2022 school year. Dr. Bettis.
I would like to recommend that the Board of Trustees approve the one-year renewal of the term professional and non-certified professional contracts for positions for principals, directors, coordinators, assistant superintendent, CFO, and executive director for the 2021-2022 school year for the personnel listed.
You heard the recommendation by the superintendent. Is there a motion in front of the board?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. James Lucy. Is there a second?
I'll second.
By Lieutenant Colonel Price. Second. Is there any discussion? There will be any further discussion. All those in favor of considering the recommendation on the approval of one-year renewal of term professional and non-professional contracts for the positions of principals, directors, coordinators, assistant superintendents, CFO, and executive director for the upcoming 2021-2022 school year, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carried, 7-0. This time we'll move on to item 9B. Again, it is consider approval of one-year renewal. 8B, I'm sorry. It was a long trip. Consider approval of one-year renewal of probationary term dual and non-certified professional contracts
for teachers for the upcoming 2021-2022 school year. Dr. Bettis.
Administration recommends that the Board of Trustees approve the one-year renewal of the first year probationary, second year probationary, term, dual, and non-certified professional contracts for the 2021-2022 school year for the personnel listed.
You heard the recommendation from our superintendent. Is there a motion before the board? Moved by Lieutenant Colonel Kreitz. Is there a second from who? Second, Mrs. Ramos. Pardon me. Again, it's been moved and second, again, made by Lieutenant Colonel Kreitz, second by Mrs. Elizabeth Ramos, that we approve the one-year renewal of probationary, term, dual, and non-certified professional contracts for the teachers for the upcoming 2021-22 school year. Is there any discussion?
Mr. President, I will be abstaining from this vote due to a conflict of interest that I have. But I do support the superintendent's recommendation, but I will not be voting on this.
Thank you so much for bringing that. Anybody else?
Mr. Corey?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll be abstaining from voting on this one due to conflict of interest. But I do agree with the recommendation.
And again, I do thank both the board members for bringing your concern forward to this board. I appreciate that. And thank you again. All those in favor of approving the recommendation from the superintendent on the one-year renewal of probationary, term, dual, and non-certified professional contracts for teachers for the upcoming 2021-22 school year, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say sign. Motion carries on a 5-0 field state. Again, I appreciate the, again, I apologize for being late. It was what a day. But before I adjourn this meeting, there's a couple of things that I just want to say again. I want to remind everybody that next Saturday, we're having our first annual Swing for Scholarships that is going to be on behalf of our KISD students. It is actually the first fundraiser I ever heard of our superintendent. So thank you, Dr. Bettis, and the Kingsville Education Foundation. I think right now there's about 19 teams. There's quite a bit of whole sponsors, so I highly encourage board members to, I know it's a holiday weekend, but again, this is a first annual thing that Dr. Bettis and the Kingsville Education Foundation have done. And again, I want to commend them for that because again, it takes a community to raise a child, or they would say it takes a village to raise a child. And I think we're on the right track when it comes to that. So again, kudos to you, Dr. Bettis, and the Kingsville Education Foundation. And again, anything you want to say in regards to that?
So is that on April the 3rd or?
Yes, it'll be on April 3rd. The big shop will start at 8 o'clock.
Okay.
Yeah. So what we can do is I will have, Cecilia, if you don't mind emailing the board members.
Okay, and like that we can.
Absolutely.
Maybe you need help or.
Well, you have the volunteers.
Yes, we can use volunteers. We're gonna get some student volunteers.
So again, maybe you want to say that?
No, I'm just glad that the community's coming together because we filled up, I think we have 20 teams. And that's the max we can have. And we have a lot of golf whole sponsors. So that's really exciting to see that.
And I think the goal was to raise I know what your expectations
So
are.
did you get all your sponsors?
Yes, they did, but they're always asking for more.
Because I was gonna see, I could maybe see if I can.
Absolutely. I know Mr. Martin Chapo has done a magnificent job. Again, I had the privilege of coming to that. And again, it was just great to see that the community again has come aboard. And like Dr. Pettis says, teamwork really works. And again, everybody's aboard the ship. But again, I just highly, like I said, it's a great thing. I think it's one of many fundraisers she's looking at when it comes to raising funds for our kiddos to give them more scholarships. And again, just wanted to kind of remind the board members. If there no being any other further business, I adjourn this meeting at 9:40.
Yes, sir.